Just mainlining coffee over here.
Kind of same.
It's like, of all the feckin' days.
Honestly, at this point, it's just a matter of I'm becoming very full of liquid, and so it's difficult to continue drinking.
Right? Although, as I popped back up and it immediately had Hex has died, and I was like, we are back. We are back. Hopefully, we're back and running smooth. So I'm just going to keep nattering to your lovely selves. Keep an eye on the interwebs.
Sometimes you just need to restart things.
Yes. Baron Sheep 100% liquid run when? I mean, actually, we've done that. It was a very good night.
Yeah.
That was definitely... If I had to class any night as that, it would be the evening where we replaced the mixer in a gin and tonic with cider.
Oh, God.
Yeah, that hurt the next day.
It worked way too well.
Right?
But yeah, that was a mistake.
That's one of those drinks that anytime someone says, "Oh, I don't get hangovers," I'm like, "Oh, really?"
Here, have a gin and cider.
It's good. It's refreshing. You'll feel it.
What was the other weird? Oh, we did gin and sherbet was really good.
Oh yes, that was.
Or not sure. Sorbet. Sorbet.
Yeah. Yeah, that was real nice.
Yeah, for some reason it worked.
Keith would be down for a cider. I mean, Keith, I need at least another day or two before the idea of drinking seems palatable, but yeah. Coming over.
But in the final hour there the court of embers came, servants of the fire which could tame the tempest's rage. And all they heard as Amber played, her song grew stronger still, as from her pipes came gouts of flame the drowning wave.
The drowning waves to kill. I almost forgot about Flaming Fire Bagpipe mode, Amber, and I'd like to thank Dorches for reminding me on that one.
And as always, Dorches, thank you for actually doing like all the write-ups and stuff of each episode. Those are incredibly helpful. And I've totally not used them as my notes for DM prep in the past.
I do think that if we ever do like a Memnal behind the scenes book, it's going to be mostly Dorches's writing of the.
Yes.
Also, and on top of all of that, on top of all that you do, it's feckin' 37 months. So, cheers and thank you. I'm always blown away by your ability to string a rhyme together like there's no tomorrow. Kisa, yeah, adding that's super useful.
Yeah. Speaking of behind the scenes things, we have a doc that's just the Shadow League of DMs.
Yeah.
Creating the old gods and like what they look like. And we each have our own section. And mine is, most of them it's their name, like it's Kisa and it's Shadow and Ian. But then mine just says that one dumbass. And the only thing written under it is just a huge ass eternally twerking.
There's a deity you can believe in.
It's just a butt.
It's just a butt.
Which I wish I was wearing those today. I actually found socks that just say butts on them. They're fantastic.
Yeah, also saying like that's the flag that I'd salute. It's the eternally twerking butt. It seems to be a little healthier. It had a little grumble at us a couple minutes ago, but it seems to be healthier.
Yeah. All right, I'm down with coffee, so I'm gonna go rinse my cup real quick.
No worry, no worry.
So I'll be right back.
What do you mean that's a terrifying concept? Dorches, that's a glorious one. And also to all of you, thank you for bearing with today. You all know I feckin' love Memno, and this was one of those days where I need to get my D&D fix in by hook or by crook. Although I will say, Baron, just in case, if it does eat shit later on, how is your next Saturday? Because I have nothing going on Saturday the 4th, stream wise.
I don't think I have anything.
Okay, so if it ends up shitting the bed later on, we'll do an episode 11.5 next week.
Right. Sounds like a solid plan.
Yeah.
Gotta get them math dice into your blood.
Yep. Yeah. Get them good math dice.
He talking math rocks.
Tinkly, tinkly math rocks.
These are metal.
Oh. The destroyer of tables. The ruiner of hardwood surfaces.
Actually, these are ones that I only ever roll in the dice tray that Tobias gave me. Just so it doesn't destroy them, because it's got a leather bottom, so they actually like absorb the impact.
I've been meaning to do this for a while. I think what we should do at some point in Dice and More Dice, we need to do a dice fashion show. Like, each person puts forward one set of dice as their kind of like their entry. Because we've all got that one set that we bought and have never rolled because it's so pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lizzie, that's the challenge. Only one set. Mr. Square Peg Watto, friend. What can I say, Lizzie? Kill your darlings. Embrace chaos.
I'm not saying
Hayden can now use bits to get the Welsh voice to read out puns or cursed ideas such as this, a paladin of the god of butts.
Okay, Moose, obviously thank you for the 200, and I'm so happy to hear you got the cash coming in. It's not a cursed idea, because I'll be honest with you, like, a paladin of the god of butts, that's a power you can believe in. Believe in the booty, and the booty should believe in you.
Also, we are in no way affiliated or sponsored by them, but this is the dice company that I use. It's a monthly dice subscription.
Ooh. Yeah, see, the danger is it's getting to that time of year where, I don't know about yourselves, but I'm starting to do, like, Christmas shopping for peoples and stuff. And every time I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna start looking at dice for friendos. And the hook is real. The hook is real. And to answer Lucifer's question, yes, it can be an ensemble, but it has to be a full D&D set, so like a 20, a 12, a 4, etc. But it can be an ensemble, which is why I got out the sack! Though the pisser is I have to take out all these spin-down life counters. Because they're not properly D20s. Even though I did used to use them to hustle drinking contests with friends. Hey, they didn't check to see if my D20s were legit. That's on them. That's on them.
Is it?
Yep.
Is it though?
And see, just chilling at the top here is one of my personal favourites. It's a D2.
Oh, yeah.
Which is an overly complicated version of a coin.
Yeah. Actually, sitting right here, I have one of my metal coins.
Also, as I know it doesn't proc the old DMCA, I'm fine with it. But it's currently playing Hollow Knight music, and I'm now feeling things.
You're right.
Hey, I'm not complaining.
Let's go back to the pirate playlist. That was a fun one.
Sorry, I'm just gonna get my camera to stop being an arse. Oh, wait, there we go.
Actually, I was just noting earlier, Lucifer, I upgraded my camera recently, so this is now the Logitech Brio.
Ooh, very nice.
And like, honestly, I didn't fully appreciate like how nice it was until today. I hadn't turned my lights on, and you could barely tell that I hadn't turned my lights on.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know why it's being grumbly about focusing today. It's going to be one of those technical problem days. I can sense it on the wind. Also, J Post, thank you for gifting a sub to the Down Under Dwarf. Watto, hello. We're just having an extra long Natter session, friendos, because we had some technical problems earlier. And I want to make sure that they're all sorted before we get into the game! Don't know why I said it like that!
But also, this gives you all time to add more bits to the total.
I have been a complete disaster today, friends. I do not deserve bits, but thank you kindly. Or we can have another round of Flash Your Dice! But yeah, no, I think that's what we'll have to do, like a little Memnol sponsored fashion contest, but it's your dice. God, because I've got some glorious ones in here. And because the thing is, my obsession was always D20s. I don't know why, but I've always just loved them.
Yeah. I mean.
And I've been very proud that while I haven't needed to have a D20 on my person that often, when I have, it has always impressed.
I should really start carrying one with me as well. Problem is I just have so much crap in my pockets all the time. It's like, oh, cool, another thing to add.
And having to explain it every time I go to the airport is also a pain. Because it shows up on the body scanner, so if I forget it, then they go, oh, murder. Like, it's a D20. What am I going to do, roll a crit on you? No.
Make the pilot roll a crit fail?
Woo! Be like, no, I'm the pilot now. Roll persuasion. Thankfully, that's not how it works. Oh, lordy.
I recently stumbled across a thread of like, how do I tell my player, or like my player keeps like trying to roll for absurd things and like getting away with, murder, like literally like walking into an empty room and trying to roll stealth, where it's literally you and one other person in the room.
Okay.
I'm like, yeah, that means you just don't let them roll stealth. Like, there's no way you can stealth there. The trick there is not how do I handle this situation when they roll this thing. It's don't let them roll that thing.
Or like create a DC so high that even with a 20, it's not possible.
Yeah. Like if a thing is impossible, just don't let them roll for it.
God, what was the D&D discourse recently? I think it was the story of the player who spat on a mob boss and got killed.
I think I missed that one.
It was one of those people being like, not sure how to feel. They were in a situation where the gang had been captured by an underground mob boss, and one of the characters decided to spit on him in an act of defiance. And so the mob boss killed the character, and then killed the other characters. And so the discussion was like, how should that have gone down? Like, was it unfair that those characters got killed? Was it good response to roleplay? I mean, I'm not a DM by any means. I always feel that killing players like super dead in situations like that can feel less interesting, less cheap. So, can feel less interesting and cheap. So it's like finding a way to roll that into the story rather than it being the end of the story.
Yeah. I mean, spoilers for season 1, so we'll give it a second. But like, when, Thick died for the first time, like, that was a thematic choice that it felt appropriate and poignant.
But
it led to more realizations.
It did. But even before we knew that Thick had the chance of coming back, we also had those moments where I nearly got Thick killed. Like, having hung with Janice as much as we ended up doing, the first episode was nearly the last episode of Memory Equals Null.
Yeah.
So Caffeine says it depends on the kind of game. If they're running a game where that kind of reaction is expected in the works, then they're doing like action hero noir style, then it might be excessive. Oh yeah, so if they're doing like a gritty, grounded, brutal campaign, that makes sense. But if they were doing like the action heroes of the stars, and they get killed by being tied up and stabbed, that feels thematically off.
Yeah.
Dorcas is saying they feel like killing the character... Oh.
What ho Vikings?
Lyrus, the Eternal Jarl, what ho, friend? Sorry for the back and forth earlier. We've been having some technical problems at my place, which should, touch wood, which should be done. That's why we're having extra long wafflemancy, just in case.
But I think we're okay.
I think we're okay. But yeah, Dorcha says they feel like killing characters with the spinning was fine. I mean, what did you expect? But on the other hand, killing the other characters because of something someone else did seems unfair. Yeah, I mean, it's okay to play with... It's okay to bend the rules to fold stuff like that back in. I still remember, I think it was the Vampire the Masquerade books, where they have a whole, like... They had like a sub-chapter on rolling with the punches if you're the storyteller. Of like, okay, so your characters have all done something stupid that's got them all killed. That might not work, and it might... Maybe you don't want that to be the end. So what you do is you have like a fade to black and then have them suddenly wake up in a basement somewhere. Don't explain nothing. Let them work the rest out. Let it unfurl. Yeah. It's okay to drive outside of the story. But if you were doing like a super lethal campaign, like that, having it in a get out of death moment might cheapen it.
Yeah, that's all about setting expectations and like being upfront with your players. Like, this is going to be a super deadly game. Like, don't be surprised if your character dies. You say those things at the start, and then when it happens, everyone has already signed on for it.
Yeah. Alnus went to the dark there. I mean, everybody's on board. Oh. Yeah, as Kathy was saying, Session 0 is super important.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's actually one of the reasons that I DM the way that I do is because I find out what kind of campaign my players want to play, and then I make the campaign after that.
And for this
it's
one,
pretty rare that it's pretty rare for me to go and be like, "Here's what the campaign's gonna be. Yeah. Are you all okay with this?"
And for this one, I drunkenly told you what I wanted several times, even though you'd already told me that you'd solved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Moose was saying, like, just to paraphrase a little, is like, especially if it's a new player, like, checking with them as the scene's going down, like, hey, like, no joke, if you go down this path, he's going to kill you. You know, giving them enough context. Oh yeah, and Kathy makes a good point that with the mystery-solving style of campaign, you want to have that mapped, so that they can at least know how they got into that mess in the first place.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite DMing tips that I've ever seen was, because someone's like, hey, I'm really bad at, I mean, I am too, which is why I found this. I'm really bad at, like, making puzzles or, like, traps and stuff for my players. Like, how do you guys develop puzzles? And the best answer I saw was just, don't know the answer. Pose to them a thing, describe a scene, and then once one of them finally says something, you're like, actually, no, that makes sense, that might work. Just let that be the thing.
Yeah. Let them be the architects of their own victory.
And then it makes them feel really smart that they figured it out, when in fact, they just designed it for you.
And Lyrus, just while we were doing some extra wafflemancy, it was just some conversational stuff that popped up on D&D Twitter. And it wasn't like one of those ones where I have like a strong opinion one way or t'other, but it was a curious discussion. Because a lot of the points that other people brought in was like, how much of your character's backstory should you bring forward to their behavior? Like, if you have someone who is air quotes rebellious, should they embrace their nature in situations like that? Like, and that's a how long's a piece of string question, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's the reason that leads into why I hate alignment. Is people are like, oh, it's what my character's alignment is. It's what my character would do. No one's monochrome, except me currently.
But that is a medical condition, as well documented.
It's a medical condition. But like, just because someone's always like, ah, yes, I will always fight for the little guy, doesn't mean that literally every single time. It means most of the time they will fight for the little guy, but there's a couple times where some person just won't. Maybe the little guy's being a dick to you and he deserves to get his comeuppance.
Yeah.
People are not black and white, except me. Yeah.
Okay, Moose was quoting Matt Corville with the line, "It's not my job to solve their problems, but to solve their solutions." Ooh, it's very arty. And Dorches says they started implementing Matt Corville's advice of not trying to figure out how players should get out of a situation. Set up a challenge, they will figure out a way to solve it. Yeah,
basically.
It's less like designing an escape room, more like, I don't know. I had a really good analogy, but it dropped out of my head as I was speaking. Go, Will!
But yeah, like, alignment is supposed to be a starting point for your character, not the, like, defining keystone of your character.
Yeah.
Which is why I hate it.
This only
people treat it as
a
rule.
This applies more to LARP than to tabletop, but I still remember my friend's advice being like, no one cares about your backstory. And I always thought that was a little harsh, but I realized what he was implying is like the character becomes themselves throughout play. Like, despite all the effort you put into conceiving of a character, once it's out there in the world, it almost takes on its own life, if you will. You can design a holier-than-thou, like, warrior of light and goodness, but maybe after 2 campaigns, you end up being more of a, by any means necessary kind of character. Caffeine was adding... Aldous was adding, it's a puzzle, not a Rorschach test. Very true. Or Caffeine with, you have a cauldron of soup. Here's a knife. Go. And watch the magic happen. Yup.
10 sessions later, they figured out how to eat soup with a knife.
Yeah. Or carved a spoon from a nearby table or something. Yeah. People always impress you. Lucifer's adding, they'll always have a chunk of respect for one of their DMs grabbing the sheet, scratching out their alignment, and replacing it because they did some insane shit. Yeah.
That's actually one of the reasons I miss IRL gaming, is because to have physical sheets, there's something spectacular about being a DM, just being like, hey, can I see your character sheet? And looking through it and going, huh, okay. And then handing it back and just never explaining it.
Yep. Or the old, when someone does something, you look at them, roll a dice, and go, huh, and say nothing more.
One of my favorite things that I've ever done, and I knew I could do it with this person just because I've played with him enough, but I had like little note cards that I would occasionally like write things on and pass them to players, like, you notice or whatever. And I literally wrote, I'm just doing this to fuck with them, write whatever back. I just handed it over to him, and he just went, oh, and then like, right, okay, sounds good, and then handed it back. And everyone's like, what the fuck did you see?
Because you always get that one person who wants to do the behind-the-scenes shenanigans.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so if it's all right with our lovely, lovely viewership and with your good self, like, I haven't seen any more problems on this end, so I think we're ready to get started.
I'm okay with that. I'll kill the music for all the intro.
Okie dokie. Let's see if I can do this without fecking it up. But, Feckin' wee! I feckin' love that. It's Memnol. Grab a bevy. All right, and let me get my window up. Nope, that's my entire face.
Oh God!
No one was ready for that. There we go. All right, now it's welcome to Memnol. Welcome to episode 11, Web of Lies.
So, Emberlyn Burns and the Court of Embers.
We have a cool name.
Has been going around trying to awake the old gods at the order of your deity, the Queen of Embers. You have woken one, and are now on a new island where theoretically another of the old gods slumbers. You just recently outmaneuvered and outran a legendary pirate fleet, and then spoke with the captain, who simply, or the leader of them, which simply goes by the Admiral, which is a giant knoll that seems to be very keen on acquiring secret knowledge. But you, in a previous episode, had actually helped them escape from a huge fucking Leviathan that was trying to eat them.
It seemed like the thing to do at the time.
And so now they're kind of like in a little bit of your debt. So he, as a thank you, offered you one bit of information if he has it, and so you now have at least as of 2 months ago, up-to-date map of the Underdark.
Yes. And yeah, we now know at least one location where we can access the Underdark.
Mm-hmm. So, yes, you're currently at the Floating Isles, which is, well, yeah.
Yep.
I forgot to draw the thing for it because, again, I forgot that Memnol was happening today until yesterday. And I did not have time to draw it. So, you're currently in the Floating Isles. You're on one of the, I think you're on Island 2, what I said, of the 7 or 8 islands. And this is where they grow and process the crystals that are used in the flying ships of this world. So yeah, you're currently, I believe you had just finished talking with the Admiral, which is where we called it for the day. He's just left this sect of the Golden Wake.
And oh boy, that was Brown Trousers time.
Yep.
Because we had no idea he was coming to say thank you. All we knew was invisible ships be chasing us. And for at least a brief time, we managed some underwater maneuvers. I'm very proud of this.
Yes.
And if I remember rightly, this is like a series of floating islands with retractable bridges. So as the islands move around due to whatever mystical forces, the bridges retract and shoot across.
Each of the islands actually has arcane engines on the bottom. Like, they naturally float, but they have engines to maneuver them. And then each of the islands deals with a different part of the manufacturing process and the refining process for the crystals. And so they move them around so that they're closer to where they need to be, to the main islands harvesting sections.
Dorcas is right. We may have set bad things in motion by informing the Admiral as to how to get a ship underwater using bards. So there was that. But he was very impressed with us. He's also, I believe, it was either his fleet or his tribe that were once enslaved by the lower lords, and the one that the Queen of Embers done murdered hard good like was the one that was commanding him or his lot. So when our deity did a murder, it basically freed them.
Yeah. So now they're free of the demonic influence.
Which means they like us.
Yeah.
Okay, so what else do we need? Okay. So what do we know? We know that there's possibly another one of the old gods sleeping on this island. And I know that the idea of going on another long airship voyage makes me feel queasy today. So we're gonna be spending some time on ground. Yes, I know this is D&D and I won't actually be floating. And yet.
So yeah, you're all sitting in the Golden Wake, or this chapter of the Golden Wake, and the captain has just walked out, we'll say, because I think that's roughly where we ended.
Yeah.
Your current goals are, find out where and what Tainlu is, wake
yes.
the old gods, and investigate the old rituals.
Yes. So we have a vague understanding of Tainlu. Tainlu is another name for the Underdark, right?
Yeah, it's a city in the Underdark.
Yeah. And we now have, as of a few months ago, a roughly accurate map. Favor 6 is asking if there will be sharks. Why you like this? Hey, Alnus, it's up to us whether it's a bottle episode or not. It is all of us. Okay, sorry. As there are some people who might be new here for their first Memnel. So, here's how the game is played. It is all of us controlling the actions of one Emberlyn Burns. So if you have any ideas, any thoughts, any feelings, any pithy one-liners or clever solutions, just yell them out in chat. We're all in this together, friends. We're all in this together.
And unbeknownst to Will, I started doing this thing right over here, where there's a hidden bit and sub-goal that when you hit them, things happen, normally pirates.
It has been very pirate-themed.
Yeah. In season 1, it was flashbacks of memory, because you woke with no memory. And actually, this one you also woke with no memory, but haven't done as much flashbacks with this one.
Yeah, but we did get the awakening of the Queen of Embers, which was fucking cool.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Favor 6, pour yourself a sturdy drink, settle in. It's adventure time. So, here's how I see it. The most feared pirate of all time and their fleet have walked in, not killed anybody, and left. I can imagine Emberlyn just having talked a bit, just sitting down with the heaviest of thuds, and just kind of 1,000 yards staring for a bit, not looking at anybody, not asking for a bevy, just like, I can't believe we survived that. Just staring out into nothingness.
Yeah, so I think if we pan around the table, it's Emberlyn just like 1,000-yard stare. It's Sharsu, 1,000-yard stare. It's Amber, 1,000-yard stare, and Hex just going, yep. Hex is just unflappable at this point.
Yeah. Oh, Wraith makes a good point. Snapping back into kind of focus, Emberlyn's like, has anyone checked on Grognak? Is Grognak the left-handed okay? It sounded like he got hit real hard.
Oh, Grognak wasn't the one that got his head smacked against the door. That was just the generic bouncer.
Well,
yeah, the bouncer is slowly like trying to get up, like, oh god.
You okay, buddy?
I've been better.
I'd love to tell you all I knew that was going to happen, but I hadn't a bloody clue. Staring out once again into the 1,000 yards. It's Bill. Bill the generic bouncer. There we go.
Yeah. Also for those of you that are new to Memnol, somewhere in the commands list there is a command that'll lead you to the random location and NPC form. So whenever I need a random tavern, shop, and NPC, I pull from this list of things that y'all made. So
it's not on the link tree, is it? Somewhere else.
I think it's in there. I don't know. It's pinned in the Dice and the Upward Dice channel. I know that.
Yes. So yeah, if you'd like to create locations, characters, venues for a beverage. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Lyrus. Is it auto-updating?
Yes, it is auto-updating. So if you submit something and I refresh the page, it should throw it in my list. Which I told you now.
Okay, so somewhat uncharacteristically, turning to the table, Emberlyn's like, could you give me a moment? I'll be back in a second, and heads outside to the Golden Wake. I don't know if we can see the pirates leaving. I think it's probably been long enough that I can't. But Emberlyn just takes in the biggest of deep breaths. And then just lets out a yell of frustration. Just, bah! How does this keep happening? Can we just have one day? Just one day? Okay. Now, what can I see of the floating isles from outside the Golden Wake? Spooky ghost.
So yeah, looking around, currently you are, I believe, again on island number 2 because they're just numbered, which is one of the islands that kind of moves around the bigger central island. So looking out, you can see the bigger central island, both in front and a little bit above you because this island's down a little bit.
Yeah.
And then, like looking left and right, you can catch glimpses of a couple of the other islands, but they're mostly obstructed by other buildings around here. And I think somewhere in the distance, you see like one of the islands is like moving into a new position. You see the ladder or the bridge get launched over to it.
And it's like the 2 harpoon guns almost on like a little.
Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, it launches them over and they like, catch it, and it's a rope bridge.
Oh. Attempting to settle their nerves once more, Emberlind pulls out the ever warm coal and just starts rolling it around in their hands. Just trying to take stock of the situation.
I think you do this and you look over and there's like a random street vendor who's just like giving you this like look, and as soon as he notices that you're looking at him, he's like, oh.
It's been a day. It's been a day. Also, roughly, what time of day is it? Just I'm trying to...
You got here pretty early in the morning, so I think it's... At this point, it's like 11 in the morning.
Oh, okay. Having regained...
You outran them about, like, sunrise. So.
Oh, yes. God, that was intense. Whew. So, having regained their nerves, Emberlin heads back into the tavern. Back into the Golden Wake. Addressing the table. So, apparently we don't get a day off, ever. Amber, you look like you need a breather. I would like to propose a suggestion. If you and Charsu want to take a breather, stay here. Me and Hex can go, I don't know, investigate a little, find out if there's anything more to be found. I'm guessing we'll head to the central spire, start chatting with some people, see what kind of mischief we can get into. Or no doubt mischief will find us, as is apparently our charge.
Charles is like, yeah, that sounds good. I actually have a few errands I want to run over here.
Sounds lovely. We're in no rush today. We're in no rush. I think we've had more than enough stress.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go find out what this place's view on prostitution is, and proceed from there.
I don't know what the polite way to say this is. Have one for me, but I hope you get the intent.
She's like, it's appreciated. I'll meet you back here tonight.
Sounds lovely.
So yeah, Ember and Sarsu stand and exit the Golden Wake. So it's just you, Hex, and of course Toothy.
Yes. So, Hex, I've got a proposal. Let's have a day. Let's have a day where we don't upset a fleet of pirates that turn out to be our friends, or piss off gods, or make friends with. Let's have a god-free day. I love the Queen of Embers, but we need an us day.
Hex is like, that's good. And with that, it is now drink o'clock.
Is it time for the first beverage?
It's time for the first beverage.
Oh.
So, may I present to you? Oh.
Oh, very fancy. Oh,
yeah.
I definitely have not recovered from Thanksgiving, because looking at that made me feel a little green around the gills. Just a little.
There.
But no, that looks delicious.
Yes, it's fantastic.
Now, how many eyes does that raven have? Asking for a friend.
Well, there are 3 blackberries on it, so 3.
I guess. I was hoping that was the reference, but I don't want to be.
Well, this drink is actually a culmination of Lucifer and I's 2 favorite drinks from a local bar.
Yeah.
And Lucifer managed to combine them into one drink. So it was the Blue Barbarella and the Blackbird, and so they combined them. Also, I don't know if I showed you this, but for Halloween, for our Hollow Crawl, we made menus.
I saw, including some Memnol specials.
Yes. So that's what we're working through today. Is we're working through most of the menu of that.
Very cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
Will that be available for anyone to look at online?
I think I did post it somewhere. But yeah, I can post the image somewhere else.
AR was asking if it makes me feel like saying nevermore. Sadly, I know myself too well, and I have agreed to go for beverages with friends tomorrow, so I have to steal my internal organs. I did this to me. I ask no sympathy.
Right. So it is you, Hex, and of course Toothy sitting in the Golden Wake. What would you like to do?
Okay, so let's go be tourists. Let's head to the Central Spire, see if we can find out a little bit more about the islands and see who might be worth having a chat and a natter to. Or seeing if there's any mischief we can get into that doesn't involve earth-shattering. And Dorch is saying we should ask about pit fights. Let's have a pit fight free day. After Hex kicked the absolute hot snot out of that big guy, I'm worried we're going to get a reputation for hustling. I mean, okay. As things to get a reputation for, hustling pit fights is pretty metal.
Yeah.
Well, Dorcas, we can look for Shilhada. We can inquire. We can inquire. But I want to explore this place.
Yeah. Right. So, you said you're just heading to the central island.
Yeah.
Okay. So you make your way out of the Golden Wake, and it's not too hard to get towards the giant floating island.
Yeah.
And then, like at it looks like a mountain that someone just ripped out of the ground, and now it's just floating there.
Okay.
And then at the top of the mountain, there's this huge castle.
Yeah, that's
making your way through, it's almost like walking through like Industrial Revolutions, like London.
Okay.
Like it's just industry everywhere. It's people manufacturing things and taking the crystals and like forming them and fitting them onto like model harnesses for the ships and like all this stuff. So yeah, just like forges and crystals and everything everywhere, and it's almost like oppressively hot because of the high intense heat they have to do for all the metal casting and stuff.
Okay.
A lot of smoke. It's this weird juxtaposition where there's like these natural crystals just growing out of the ground, so it seems very natural, but then right next to this like Industrial Revolution stuff.
Okay. No, Dorcas, we are not buying a crystal Segway.
So yeah, it takes you like maybe 20 minutes to make your way to the side of the island that has the bridge going across.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just like a rope bridge that's barely just wide enough for like a cart. And yeah, it's just like rope bridge going across. We actually notice there's no carts going across it. It's all just foot traffic. Okay. There's actually a mechanism underneath that has like that hooks onto the thing, and that's where they're transporting like cargo across. So the top is the walking path, and underneath is like the cargo system.
Interesting. Okay, that's way cool. All right, I'll keep an eye out for a crystal skateboard. An eye out. Well, I guess it would be a hoverboard.
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. I guess we're gonna cross the bridge and head to the central section.
Yeah. So you cross the bridge, and like even walking across the bridge takes a while because it's a long ass bridge. It's a little unnerving, like going on this bridge that's kind of swaying in the wind and moving as the two islands kind of try and realign each other to each other. So at this point, it's mostly just like wind and the occasional discharge of the arcane engines that keep the islands in place.
Okay.
But as you get to the other side, you notice the smell of like the industry and like smoke and smog kind of dissipates. And this side feels more like this is where they do most of the harvesting of the crystals. And so it's a lot more just like mining, and this is clearly where like the core of the businesses are. And so it's more like industrial, more like bureaucratic and officey.
Okay.
It's people selling the crystals to various countries, trading, that kind of stuff. But just like any large city like this, there's, you know, vendors on every street corner trying to sell you the latest, greatest pocket watch powered by crystal, and, you know, all this kind of crap.
Crystal powered pocket watch.
The bridges are really long. They're like hundreds of feet long.
Darn it, Wraith! I just saw your thing. I should have done some jump up and down on the bridge. All right. We'll do that next bridge crossing, because I doubt this is the last time we're going to cross one.
Yeah.
Ah, and Lizzie, indeed, 420 blaze it.
So yeah, you're in, like I said, more of a businessy, like a lot more shops and stalls, and there's like a Artem Industries like showroom that you pass, where they have, I mean, you've been to one of these where they have like models of the ships that they sell you, so you can go in there and be like, I want one of those, and then they manufacture it for you or grab one off the docks.
We should have gotten one of the little models, or nicked one of the little models. Like, we don't need another ship. And thank you, Spooky Ghost. Okay, so friends, how should we go about like learning this area? Usually, our go-to maneuver has been go to a bar, ask the bartender, and that's great. But I won't lie, feeling a little green around the gills. So the idea of necking a pint seems almost a haunting prospect. So how else can we go about this? Like, we could... I mean, I don't think there's anything that we're in desperate need of shopping-wise, because we're doing real good for kit. We've also still got our pocket sand, just as an FYI.
You're gonna be like fighting whatever the big bad end guy is, and you're gonna be like, but wait, pocket sand!
Yeah, that's the move that saves it. Ray said, you said, let's be tourists or let's be tourists. Okay. I'm going to look around for anything equivalent to like a tourist vendor, like a map of the stars type thing, or arcane isle tours.
All right, roll an investigation check for me.
Do I know investigation, or is it on the?
I don't know if you know it.
I don't.
Where's your character sheet?
I mean, it'll roll it as a plain 20 if I just click it, right?
It should, yeah.
14.
All right, it doesn't take you long to find, in one of the intersections, there's a small, like, town square, and in the center there's this square, like, bulletin board.
Yeah.
One side has, like, a map on it with, like, notable locations. So, like, the Artem Industries, like, headquarters here. And then there's, like, there's a museum of, like, the island's history, and there's a couple other touristy things like that. There's a big section that's just marked. It's just like the Red District.
Letter.
Things like that. Yeah, this place is mostly about industry and like manufacturing. So there's a lot of like schools for engineers and things of that nature.
Yeah, Dorches is saying about the museum. Yo, do you want to go be museum nerds? Also, is there any indication what the big castle in the center is from the center map?
Yeah, it is the governing body lives there.
Okay.
You're not sure how this, because every place's government is different.
Yeah.
So you're not sure what this place's is. The green spires, like they had a matriarch.
Okie dokie. All right, so yeah, let's go museum crawling.
All right.
Let's go check it out.
You make your way over to the museum. It's pretty easy once you like see where you are. It's got the like you are here, like museum is up here. So you make your way there. It's a very impressive building. It's this like large, almost like Greek pillars building. To get in, it's 5 silver each.
So shit, that's a gold for the two of us.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not hurting for cash at the moment, but damn, this better be good. I'll pay for Hex, obviously.
Sure.
Mainly because it's less math if I just put 1 gold down rather than try and break a gold into silver.
Yeah. So yeah, you go in and there's like the history of the island and like what little history they have from before the flood.
Yeah.
And then like when the flooding started, one of the local wizards used like this insane ritual to like crack the ground around them, and they already have these crystals that were wont to float, so they just cracked themselves loose of the ground, left a big old hole there, and just floated the islands. And it talks about it simply refers to it as the Bureau, which you gather is the ruling party, is a like council of seems like very bureaucratic people.
Okay.
And it's mostly the each seat at the council is the head of like one of the notable corporations around here. So like Artem Industries has a seat on the board, and like the Miners Guild has a seat on the board, and like the engineers have. So it's all the leaders there sit up on a council, and they're the ones that govern.
Okay.
And there's like a brief rundown of like past council members, and it seems like it's one of those once you get appointed, you're council member for life unless you choose to step down.
And there's no names on that list that we recognize.
Roll a history check for me.
I'm pretty sure that was just a D20.
Yeah, I don't think you know your history.
18?
18.
God, I can't wait to roll like shit when it counts.
This happened last session too.
It did!
Yeah, so there's a name that you at least recognize. I think you actually remember back when you were talking to Artem Knackle. Like you saw a correspondence sitting on his desk from this person. Let's grab a name.
There we go. See, look at us friends doing a museum tour, not starting fights or getting drunk.
This is Almiel. Almiel.
Okay. Count Duke. Lamelot, that's up to us. If we wanna while the day away looking at museum stuff. I mean, I don't know how big this museum is, but
yeah. And this was made by the Dismuke. Just not a name I recognize, but anyway. Yeah, so you recognize the name, and there's like a brief sketch of them. It seems like they're probably a Furbolg.
Okay. I'll have a look for fossils, Kisa.
But yeah, there's an entire section of the museum that's like, and then Artem Knackle figured out how to harness the crystals to make skyships, and like there's this whole like intricate explanation, and there's even like a bronze statue of him, which is funny because it's bigger than he actually is. It's this like huge exaggerated like him like holding up a crystal being like
But having met him, he is much smaller.
Yeah, he's a gnome. Yeah, and it's one of those moments where you're like, they got the nose wrong, but other than that, it's pretty good.
Oh yeah, so Dorch is asking, is there anything here about the old gods? Or at very least, because remember there was the painting from inside the Golden Wake, like, Is there anything about may have a warm crystal. Oh no. Is there anything about Idrith? Like, have we spotted her anywhere?
Go ahead and roll an investigation check again.
Nat 1.
Critical you don't see
fail.
anything about it. Yeah, do you want to roll to see if there's anything, if there's a section on like the religion of the island?
I can do, yes, but I'm worried as to my. I attempted to find something out and failed. How does a critical fail work in this situation?
I think you go up to ask like one of the museum like staff, and you accidentally like misgender them.
No.
You're like, excuse me, ma'am. And they turn around, it's just a dude with really long hair. And you're like, oh shit, never mind. I'm gonna go over here.
Thankfully, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition does not have socially awkward damage. But just imagine there's some damage there. Yeah. It's more socially awkward damage than have a nice flight, you too.
Yeah.
All right.
Enjoy your meal, you too. Ah, fuck. Can never come back here.
All right. So having made an absolute monstrous tit of myself, let's look into like any deities or any like religious history of the island.
Okay.
7. Fuck.
It seems like there isn't, or at least none that you can find. There's no nothing on the religious history of this. This is more just like they've gotten really hyper focused on like industry, and so this is just like the history of each of the major companies. And like there's an entire section on like when the miners formed the union, and they were the first of the union waves. Because much like everywhere, if people can take advantage of you, they fucking will. So the workers had to stand up at some point.
Yeah. Lyris is just like, ask Dex. Ask Hex. Hex rolls better. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, just a thing I randomly remembered. I finally got you info and stuff for your demonic whip.
Ooh. Actually, the spine of a demon who betrayed its master, dipped in molten steel and then sharpened into blades. Oh! Someone's gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
Though the fact that Toothy can turn into that thing is both awesome and very scary.
Yeah.
Wraith's asking, is there anything worth stealing in this museum?
Maybe. You want to see if there's anything worth stealing?
Investigation again?
Go for it.
12.
12. One of the centerpieces of the entire island, or the entire museum, is they have Artem Knackle's original first arcane engine. It was actually designed specifically as it's just like one of the crystals in a harness with like ropes going back, and it was designed to be, like pull you along on a board, like along the water surface.
Oh, wait, cool. Like an OG windsurfer.
Basically. And so it has like the original engine and like the board that has like the foot clamps in it to make sure you don't fly off it.
Hey, Dorcas, we're just looking. We're just looking. We're not doing a crime.
And then there's little tiny models of like the various ships, and it's like, oh yes, here's the first. Like basically, it was a rowboat, and then like they started getting bigger and bigger, and there's bigger and bigger models of all the things.
Have we seen any other colors of crystals throughout this? Because we've got the red ones, which is definitely something special.
Yeah. All of these are either blue or green.
Okay.
It seems like those are the two that naturally occur.
Okay. Yeah, Wraith's just trying to be useful. We could do a crime. We could do. AR's like, we want one of the model ships. You know what? We can exit through the gift shop. So we've got a better understanding now of the island. It's kind of like it's industrial. It's less arcane focused, more industrial focused, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to roll an investigation check. I want to see if there are any of those like interactive displays for children.
Okay. Give me another investigation.
Oh, fuck me, 18.
Yeah,
Where
so
was that
there's
when I needed it?
So there's actually a you go over and there's this big like glass like tank almost, and there's like these 4 little stations, and you know there's this little like racetrack, and each station controls one of the little separate boats, and you can like race against each other.
All right, I look at Hex.
Basically, RC like flying ships.
I look at Hex with a dead serious look on my face and go, "You want to throw down?"
Hex is like, "I'll kick your ass."
It's on. Court of Ember's first official tournament. Let's go.
All
right, let's go.
So it's you queue up. There's a bit of a line. So you queue up and you get in line. And it's you and Hex and like these 2 children. All right, and like yeah, so the thing resets and the little boats go back to the starting line, and you figure out like, okay, I'm that one. All right, and you're ready, and you're sitting there, and it's like 3, 2, 1, go, and like you hit the throttle on it, and you start steering the little ship. Give me a dexterity check.
Here we go. 16. All right, what you got, Hex? What you got?
Hex rolled fucking 20.
Fuck.
Hex like immediately, and this actually kind of makes sense because Hex has actually done a lot more of the like, oh shit, we're being chased. Flying. Hex actually managed to like drift it around corners properly and stuff. We're gonna roll for the other 2 children just for shits and giggles. They're children, so they're not rolling well. So one of the kids slams his boat into the side.
Hex rolls better.
Lyrus, you're entirely wrong. Hex rolls better. So yeah, the first kid just fucking beans it into the wall.
Yeah, and the second one is like keeping up. Then is like right behind you. So give me another roll.
I'm gonna push a child over if I lose. All right, 12 on my second roll.
12. Hex rolls a 14, still outpacing you, and then the 2 children. 16, and just because it's funny, the other one has just gotten his boat stuck against the wall and like, can't figure out. He's watching the wrong boat. He thinks he's doing great. But yeah, one of the other ones actually, you and Hex like are kind of like bumped into each other, and the other kid actually like pulls up and is now like neck and neck with the 2 of you. Right, give me one more roll.
Which is the kid closest? Which is the kid that's pulling up with the 2 of us?
So I think it's you, Hex, and then like the kid that's closest to you. The one on the end is like his little brother, and like is clearly watching the wrong ship.
Right, where are my spells? Where are my spells? What can I? Okay, so I cast Mage Hand on the kid's boat and throw it into the side.
Are you trying to be subtle about this, or just like Mage Hand?
Oh no, there's no subtlety. This is between me and Hex. This little shit's gotta get out. I like how everyone's like, Will, do not Eldritch Blast the ship.
So yeah, I think you just Mage Hand and it grabs the ship and it goes, Meh, and it slams aside. And some kids like, oh, come on! Like, starts getting angry.
Oh no!
Dexterity roll.
However could this happen? Alright, let's try another dex roll. I'll do it again too. So you can't do it against Hex because I, win or lose, it's got to be fair. 7. Fuck.
All right. Hex rolls a 14. Starts pulling ahead. Those kids at this point are so far behind. Like the one you almost like lapped the one because he's still just stuck against the wall. I think the other one's starting to recover, but he's ways behind you now. And like over his shoulder, he's like, "Mom, they're cheating," and the mom's just not paying attention. Like, that's nice, honey. Yep, yep, you're doing good. Like reading a pamphlet. All right, give me one final as you go around the final turn.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. 18.
18. Oh, Hex rolls an 11. So, and then let's just for shits and or giggles.
That kid
so
never unstuck his fucking boat.
No, he finally unsticks his boat, but it backs up and actually slams into the other kid and like knocks him back even further. And you and Hex actually both cross the finish line at the exact same time.
Oh. And I very politely offer my hand to Hex and go, "Good race, good race."
Yep, Hex takes your hand and is like, "Yes, good race."
And looking around, I spin down and get eye level with the kid and go, "Better luck next time, dwarf."
It's like, Mom, they cheated. She's like, "That's nice, honey. Come on, there's other people that want to play. Get out of line." It's like doesn't care.
Oh. Let's make an exit through the gift shop.
All right. Yeah, there is a gift shop. You can buy like shirts that have like the city's sigil on it. They're pretty expensive, but there are those like remote controlled boats.
Oh, really tempting. Friends, do we want to buy a remote controlled like tiny airship? I don't know why, but I have a feeling like it's going to be useful. Oh yeah, how much is the tiny airships?
The tiny airships are we'll say they're like 10 gold.
I mean, okay, friends, we can afford it. We've got like 5 platinum, but yeah, that kid's gonna grow up to be a militant atheist. We could get one for everybody, but I'm actually thinking of like the usefulness of this. I don't know what we'll use it for, but I have a feeling it's going to be useful at some point. Yeah, Favor 6, you're right. It's remote control boat's got Deus Ex Machina written all over the side of it. All right, do we want 1 or 2? Because it's 20 gold for 2 boats. That's a lot of gold. We can afford it, but all right, should we just get 1? Kisa's saying we should get 1. Yeah, so in the yeah, Wraiths want the windsurfing engine because that thing's going to save us down the road. We'll if we need to Ocean's 11 it, we can. Or what are we like? Ocean's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. So we're going to pick up one of the little remote controlled boats, and we're also going to pick up a small keychain.
Okay. They have got a dude standing there. He'll actually write like the name of, like if you want to name your ship, he'll like write it in like gold lettering on the side for an additional like 3 copper.
Oh shit! What are we going to name the boat? Yeah. I mean, I want to say like the HMS Mage Hand. But I will be taking suggestions for the boat naming. I mean, let's be honest, I take suggestions for everything. The HMS Never Ready. Herald of Ember. Deus Ex Gift Shop. The Duke Memorial Pleasure Cruiser. Oh, that might have to be the winner. Oh, I mean, I like the Ember Ship and the Demon Slayer, but the Duke Memorial Pleasure Cruiser, it's a tiny little boat that we will probably use involved in some kind of murder later.
You could also get the name of your ship on it, so just a tiny version of your ship.
I mean, that's fine.
I'm not saying you have to. It's just an idea. Like, you know, your ship has a name.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we've got to go. So yeah, we'll spend the additional money to get the engraved with the Duke Memorial Pleasure Cruiser, and yes, that is how it's going to be listed in here.
So mark down 10 gold and 5 copper for the custom naming and the keychain.
And platinum's 10 gold, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's... so it's that. And that. And then... God, now I'm going to break silver up. Good at maths. Yeah, then it's 9 silver, and it was how many copper was it again?
5.
Okay. Okay. Oh, that might be the best, most frivolous purchase we've made.
All right, so yeah, they put it in a little box where like he writes it out. He's like, "That's kind of long, but okay, whatever." Like, I still like 2 lines.
I doubt it's the weirdest.
Yeah. But yeah, you now are in possession of like a 1-foot scale model of basically your model ship.
I'm sorry.
The crystal's the wrong color, but
we can fill it in with Sharpie later.
Yeah.
Or I don't know, future magic Sharpie. Okay,
yeah,
so
and a keychain that has like the sigil of this island on it.
I'm trying to think what we should attach this.
But did the boat ask for this?
That's the great question. And thank you for the bit, yeah. Okay, so I despite it being a draw, I feel a certain level of triumph. So as we head out of the museum, it's like, okay, so we could probably go to Artem Industries and see some stuff there. I wonder if there's anywhere we could find out more directly about the. Okay, so we want to know about gods. We want to get into trouble. I wonder if there's a temple or something equivocant where we can go, have a natter, ask some questions. Oh, Dorcha says it's lunchtime, right? You're right, it is lunchtime. So
yeah, it's about lunchtime.
I gotta get. All right. Turning to Hex with a knowing grin, with my little shit tucked under one arm, I'm like, you know what time it is? Street meat.
Hex like, street meat. Yeah. So yeah, you go ahead and we're just gonna give you all the investigation rolls today.
Yeah,
give me an investigation roll.
Just get them all out of the system. I rolled an 8.
8? All right, so it takes you a while. And like the one you find isn't great. Like normally you're like you judge them by like, oh, how big is the line on that one versus how big is the line on that one. But like it's passable, but it's not great.
Okay.
Oh,
an AR. If we can go a Memnol without drinking, that would be lovely.
So yeah, mark down like 2 copper for some various questionable street meats on a stick.
Done and done. Okay, so let's have a think as a group here. We've got a big old island. It's an industrial island with a myriad of different workshops. Ray says, "Is it even a Memnol if we don't get shit-faced?" Oh, you're right. Because why would we not drink in Memnol? Because some of us are still recovering. Okay. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to think of. Is like the museum was awesome and taught us a lot about like the lay of the land, but didn't talk about really. Okay, I have a theory, friends. I have a theory that with the slumbering gods, perhaps when the island got cracked up and raised up into the air, that whatever was pulled up with it was part, if not all, of one of those sleeping gods. Considering how industrial this area is, I don't know if anyone of the ruling council would even know that there was a god slumbering here.
Dorcas, it was just the Pertin History Museum.
Yeah. Or as I'm now calling it, the place where a couple of children learnt a valuable life lesson. Don't fuck with a warlock. Oh yeah, Dorcas, that's a good point. Our axe will lead us in the right direction. But I'd want to wait till it was dark before we whip that thing out, you know what I'm saying? So, trying to find, I mean, perhaps any place that, like, anything that might be akin to a temple or something like that. But I get, I get the feeling the Floating Isles is like definitely a multi-faith kind of place. So, I don't know what to suggest. This is why I was asking your good selves, is because, Emberlyn is lost. Yeah, Kisa, we could get arrested. It's very true. Like, I want you all to imagine this is the Emberlyn just chewing on meat on a stick, just trying to think through the problem. God. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, Ray says we could just wander around and see what we come across. We're not in any real rush today. That's a good point. Kisa's like, hex. And also Kisa wants stick meat. Very good stick meats. Yeah. Something about our Memnol sessions that always make me crave a kebab.
Yeah, so I think you're sitting here munching on these, like kind of looking around, and then you look back at the cart and you notice the cart's name is Robert's Rodent Rotisserie.
It's all rats all the way down. That's a good rat burger.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, there's this brief moment where you're like, just keep going, like, fuck it, I've had worse.
Caffeine says they can smell the smoke from Texas. Now, do you mean that there is smoke in Texas, or that you can smell my brain attempting to do the very basic of human things from there? I think that's the thing. Emberlyn's not a picky eater. You know, if you find out your kebab's made of rat meat and it's tasty, that's good rat. That's good eating. And Favor 6, I love that one. Even though it does imply some additional elements. Okay, but friends, I think I'm going to take Ray's suggestion, and we're just going to go for a wander. Like, just go for a trundle around the central aisle and see what we see. If that's all right with you, Baron.
Yeah. So as you kind of meander your way up, kind of roughly in the direction of the castle, because if nothing else, the castle's dope looking.
Yeah.
Also, you realize this castle was built on top of a mountain, probably before the island was like lifted.
Oh wow.
So like there was this ancient castle on top of this that they built on top of a mountain, and then sometime later they lifted the whole mountain up. I think it's one of the things they probably mentioned in the museum. But as you're getting closer and closer, you can tell, yeah, this is like ancient. Can you roll a history check for me and see if you can recognize the architecture?
Heck yeah. 7.
History. Yeah, you're not sure. You're not really one to be like, oh yes, that is clearly 4th century Elvish. Like, you have no idea.
Castles? Those things are for nerds.
Yeah. If you're behind a castle wall, you're not attacking.
It's time spent in castles is time you could be spending setting something on fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
You do pass a temple to the current Pantheon. Specifically, it seems like it's more geared towards blanking on her name now. Orifel. She's the goddess of knowledge.
Okay, I mean that makes sense. If she wasn't mean to my friend.
Yeah.
But then again, Chelsea's got a new and better god, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe let's keep wandering up towards the castle, just have a look at it from the outside. Because, I mean, if it's as old as the Floating Isles, it might not be a bad place to start having a look.
Yeah, so you get further and further up. Eventually, you go through, there's actually like walls around the castle, like a huge wall, and then a bit in between, and then the castle itself.
Okay.
And the second that you walk through one of the gates, there's several guards standing there. You pass through no problem, but you notice the second you're inside the walls, all the houses are way nicer.
Okay.
Like, this is the rich part of town. It's very much like the houses start to get nicer and nicer towards the center, because outside is more the like where all the workers live and where much the industry happens. And then the second you go through the arch, it's like the difference between, I don't know, random town in the middle of the Midwest and like Beverly Hills.
Okay. And here we are with our rat on a stick and our tourist's toy under one arm.
Yes. And yeah, this is where like a bunch of there are still like the occasional like blacksmith or like clothing shop or stuff, but these are much more high end. Like the blacksmith, you notice is more like they're making fine jewelry or like ornamental armor, as opposed to like, let's make a stick that's much more pointy than the other stick.
Okay. Sorry, Dorcas was just putting forward the theory that what if this whole time the Queen of Embers has actually been Dalphia, the Lady of Trickery, and this entire thing is a massive practical joke, which she's been putting you through because you made fun of her during a heavy night of drinking one time. I mean... fuck. If you say it, you'll bring it into existence. Yeah, Kisa, you're right. I don't think we can buy stuff up here because it's too fancy. Like, we'll keep to the main roads, keep to what seems to be the touristy sections as we trundle up towards, like, checking up the outside of the castle, but I don't think we'll spend too much time in the fancy part of town.
Good.
Wraith, the answer is probably hecking yes. Wraith was asking if there's anything worth stealing up here, but...
Oh yeah, there's tons of stuff worth stealing up here.
They probably also have the money to stop people from getting their stuff stolen.
We're not going to buy anything. We might acquire some things.
Yeah, possession is 9/10 the law. So yeah, we'll keep an eye out for some fancy places. Oh. Yeah, I have a feeling as we get close... See, I want a way to check the axe without us getting jumped by 18 guards, because... This is the song we need after we've committed a crime and we are running.
Yes.
Yeah, Kathy makes a good point. These are the folks that can afford private security. They have the magical crystal jetpack guard, or whatever they're called. And Kisa, remember, every lobby is a hobby lobby if your hobby is stealing shit from people's houses.
Touche. Also, someone who used to work for Hobby Lobby, fuck them.
Yeah, entirely. And not in a fun way. Okay. So yeah, we'll keep trundling up towards the castle.
Okay. Yeah, as you get closer and closer, you do notice like the number of guards around increases pretty drastically. You see the occasional person walking with like their own personal like entourage of the local guards.
Okay.
And you think you recognize a couple of them from like the sketches in the museum. So like they're probably the current board members.
Okay.
Yeah, eventually you get up to the castle and like the castle gates, and there's clearly a like set of guards there that like will not let you enter the castle proper.
Okay. We're not gonna push our luck on the on getting past them, but we're definitely gonna be like the touristy folks. Like there's gonna be a lot of over dramatic, like, oh Hex, look at that bit up there. Those are called crenellations. Those are right fancy. I don't know why I'm using the voice, but
it's your tourist voice.
Yeah, it's my tourist voice.
So yeah, you get up and yeah, it's this huge and very impressive, very defensible looking castle.
I'm picturing Baron having a breakdown on Black Friday in the Hobby Lobby stockroom.
If by that you mean Baron with 2 knuckle dusters, then yes.
But yeah, so you make your way around, and you can tell it seems like this place was originally built to be hyper defensive, and they've since like had to like retrofit it to be the fancy like rich part of town.
Okay, so it's got that kind of like functioning castle city kind of vibe.
Yeah. Atop some of the towers, you notice they have like giant arcane cannons.
Or arcanons, as they're known. Sorry.
It seems like to some extent this is still a functional like defensive castle, but it's very much been toned down. One of the towers they've actually built onto it, and there's now like a glass like observatory sticking off the side of it that looks like it's very much an addition.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a few places on it that look like they've since done remodeling and added like hanging bits and things sticking off some of the towers. So.
Okay.
Oops. But yeah, other than that, the guards will not let you pass. There's a bunch of other people who look like they might also be tourists that are doing the same thing, where if they had cameras, they'd be like, ooh.
Yeah, that kind of style. Yeah, Vanderbeest. Our cannons? More like our cannons. Ayy. George just says, cast dance and run.
Not even run in, just run.
Yes.
Yeah. Darkness, run away.
Okay. So, yeah, I don't want to draw weapons here. Is there a cafe or a food place near to the entrance that we can see? Or albeit a bar?
Yeah, there's. Let's pull up a random location. Yeah, so you notice there's a place that's actually, you get this waft of like, you think it might be like a pizza place. You're like, oh, looks like there's a pizza place over there. And it's called Monkey Margaritas.
I'm sorry, what?
Monkey Margaritas.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go get a bit of pizza, because apparently we're double dipping on lunch today. But also, I want to try using the axe, but I don't want to just whip it out in the middle of the street, because that usually leads to trouble. So we're going to go and have a sneaky, cheeky use of the bathrooms, but also get some pizza.
Yeah.
Damn it, now I want pizza. Can't. I mean, we have so many leftovers, I can't justify it, but... sorry. Okay, yeah, so that's what I want to do.
All right, so yeah, you walk in, and this is like one of those, like, the tables are just barrels with like an additional slab of wood on the top, and it's very like nautical themed. And the person at the front counter seats you, but then literally a monkey comes over to your table that's like dressed in a little suit, and like it's got a little like clipboard and like looks at you.
Stunned. I look at Hex. I look back at the monkey. I look at Hex and back at the monkey.
Yeah, and it holds up the clipboard at you, and it's just got pictures of different kinds of pizza on it.
Hex, I need you to order something. I'm too impressed by the monkey right now.
Hex looks at the menu and points to the meat lovers and goes, "That one." A monkey goes, and then like scutters off.
Okay, Hex, I need you to level with me. You saw that, right? I didn't just imagine that.
Excellent, yes, that was a monkey with a clipboard. In a suit.
In a suit.
I feel like this is against some kind of health regulation.
I'm just wondering if we didn't eat some weird street meat and I'm just passed out on the side currently hallucinating. It's
like, well, if you are, we're having the same hallucination, which might be more worrying.
That's a very good point. And I said no gods today. That would be God's territory. Okay. If the monkey comes back, I don't know, order a drink or something as well. I'm gonna go check the axe in the bathroom. That's not a euphemism.
Okay. And yeah, as you like make your way back to the bathroom, you notice there's like, you see somebody else's order come out, and it's like 2 monkeys carrying a platter with a pizza on it, and they like walk over to the table.
This is so good.
They're all in like these little suits.
AR, these could be proto-spleemers for all we know. Yeah, I'm with Wraith here. I'm feeling a little underdressed next to the monkey.
Yeah. This is Compliment Cap's idea, by the way, so you can blame them for it.
Oh, congratulate them. This is awesome. Wraith's asking if we can steal a monkey. They're working. Like, you can't. Can you steal a waiter? These are professional monkeys. Okay, so heading to the bathroom and locking the door behind me, I unhook the axe and I just hold it in one hand expectantly. Kind of like, I forget what it is I have to do, and I kind of shake it like you would a torch that's not quite working.
Yep, it just sits there. It's...
Ah, piss. Alright, so I kind of tilt it flat, and I wave my hand over it.
Still just sits there.
Okay, there were magic words. I'm just trying to remember them now. I'm a terrible player. I do not know why you put up with me. Okay. And I'm looking at the blade, I'm doing the hand, and I'm like, okay. Abraca-findy god.
You get that like pea shivers thing for a second, and then that's it.
Bippity boppity god go poppity!
Somebody in the next stall over is doing a crime against several deities. And is just listening to you say random things from your stall.
By my flamey hand magic. Ooh, it's nothing still. Nothing still. I need to say infernal. So I need to say seeking an infernal. Lyris and Dorcas were both right.
Say seeking an infernal.
Thank you so much for the bit and for remembering the thing. Okay, so having gone through several iterations, there's a massive forehead slap, and then I say speaking in infernal. Not literally the words, I can't remember what they're...
Yeah. So you say seeking, and like you get this brief like out-of-body experience where your vision just like darts out of this restaurant and like down the street outside the walls, and then like around the corner, and then you just see this like nestled up next to the walls, like built so that the walls are one of its walls is this like little hut.
Okay.
And then your vision like zooms back into your body and you're like, oh god.
Yeah. Alright. I put my axe back. I flush very loudly and go, ah, much better. And then totter out.
Yep. As you come out, I'm assuming you've put the axe away.
Yes.
You come out, and there's one of the monkey waiters, like, pouring water for you and X.
Thank you, Mr. Chips.
It looks at you and it points, and this one's name is Jojo.
I'm so sorry. Mr. Chimps must have been last week. Thank you kindly, Jojo.
It shrieks at you and then scampers off.
I mean, we can try and hire Jojo, but we might have to pay competitive wages. Yeah. Okay, I need to take a quick pee break, so we'll have... This is the Hex and Emberlyn demolish a pizza montage.
Yeah.
Sorry, Moo says, good thing you got that right. I don't want to know what you would have summoned if you'd said Sneak King. That's the interdimensional burger lord. He is fearful. Wait, yeah, Lamalot has a point. Jojo, as in Mojo Jojo.
He was an ape, not a monkey.
Point. So, friendos, I'll be back in just a second. I just got to nip to Lou.
Yep.
And then we'll go check out a creepy-ass hut. I can't help but pull on these threads. That's how you know you're having fun in a story, when you can't leave it alone.
Go pee.
Okay, I'm going. Go
I have
ahead.
to pee too, so go. And then he made the mistake of leaving you alone with me. Will he never learn? I mean, I'd be okay with a hype train. Maybe we haven't had a hype train yet. So this is now a sheep string. Yes, this is now a sheep string. We need like what? One more? One more, then we got a hype train. Maybe. Woo, hype train! I'll do my part. Dunk. Oh, here it goes. Just destroying the big cup. Yes, fuck that growler in particular. I will make note of that, Georges. Is the animation over the like hype train progress thing new? I feel like that's new. Yeah, I just never noticed before. Okay, so either it's new or we're all just very unobservant. Level 2 train. Why not both? It could be both. It could very much be both. Level 1 complete. God, it is so very severely messing with my head. How dark
is
it
that
already?
a fucking train?
No? What are you talking about?
Baron, what did you do?
I'm gonna go pee. I did nothing.
Little terrors. I have been an absolute mess today. While I do not deserve those bits today, I will say very thank you.
Train? No sea train.
Oh, Bacon Avenger, did you just cast Obfuscate on train? Oh no! Where could that train be? I do not see a train. I do not see a train at all. Must be my imagination. Oh, feckin' yo. Bacon, Vanderbeest, Lucifer, Baron again, Wolfcrad. No, Sea Train. No Sea Train? I mean, it'd be a Sky Train in this place. Sky Trains. Or, okay, I guess a Sky Train is just long plane. Oh. Feckin' yo. But no, friendos, I'm sorry I've been such a feckin' mess the last couple days. But it's lovely to be back here, like, getting into the adventures of Emberlyn. I want to spend a bunch of time in the Floating Isles, but I also want to find out more about this old god. I want to explore this area more. Sorry, I am not equipped to have feelings today, and you lot are making me feel things. So, sorry. What I need to do is just say thank you and stop being a chronic dingleberry. But that is apparently more than I am capable of today. Dorcha says we should look around for a place that does cliff jumping. Wait, did we see people on little jetpacks when we were coming into dock? Or am I hallucinating that? I mean, okay, we did see that. Alright. This is one of those days where I do not trust my memory. Oh, Kisa says there are shenanigan bits. Okay. Fucking yo. Glorious Mother Hubbard. Or bungee jumping with a very long cable. Also valid. AR saying that we should have acquired one in the museum, or acquired one. Alright, we can look into buying something. Because, I mean, we currently have the cool Attack on Titan harness for the ship. So we're not hurting for shenanigans. But jetpacks would be kind of dope. I mean, like I said, we've got the cool stuff attached to the Epoch. Lizzie, do not wind them up. I am not equipped. I am not equipped today. I'm okay with it being calm. Okay, AR, you do make a good point. The one that we have isn't hex-sized. So that is definitely that is definitely a problem that we should solve. Fucking yo.
Alright, I have returned.
Welcome back. Apparently there is no hype train. I didn't see anything. I must have been
there's definitely no
hallucinating it.
Also, it's time for another round. Woo!
Woo!
It's a little offset. There we go. I behold the Das Vidanya.
Ah, and what does that contain?
It's a riff on a White Russian.
Ooh. And to all of you that chucked in for the hype train, feckin' thank you. Feckin' thank you.
It's very fancy.
And a bunch of people just unlocked a tiny cat having a snooze.
Same. Hype sleep, apparently.
Yeah. It's something I wish I could master.
Being hype in your sleep?
No, I'm being hyped for sleep. Being like, fucking yeah, let's go to bed!
I'm always like that. It just sleep often eludes me.
I don't know why that is, he says, drinking an entire pot of coffee to himself.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. The Fallout / Skyrim. That's the mystical future where you can just go, I shall sleep for 4 hours, push button.
Yeah. God, that would be fantastic. Oh.
I've had no luck with sleep aids because what just ends up happening is I'm awake but I'm zonked out. It sucks.
Yeah.
I get all of the downsides and none of the benefits. Sorry, I didn't mean to rail the conversation. Okay. Oh. Sorry. Again, all of you, thank you kindly. Right. So, all this time, Hex and Emberlyn have just been chowing down on pizza. Oh. So, friends, do we want to wait until it's a little darker before we go check out this little hut by the side? Or do you want to just trundle there direct? Like, I don't know if it's going to be... I don't know if it's going to be the best idea. Oh. Actually, and Lizzie, you do make a good point. Edibles are a great... Because at least then, if it doesn't work, you're high, and that's nice. Ray's suggesting let's go case the joint. Actually, yeah, and Dorcas, you make a good point. We probably want the full court there beforehand. So let's go have a look. Let's make sure that it's not like in the middle of some vault or some rich person's estate. And then we'll head back to the Golden Wake and get the gang together. Okay. So, after demolishing the pizza between us, probably with some struggles towards the end, considering as we did just have street meat, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to take Hex, go case out the place before we return with the squad.
All right. So you make your way back to the Golden Wake relatively easily. Takes you like...
Oh, no.
Probably 45 minutes.
What I wanted to do was go have a look at the place near the walls during the day, and then go back to the wake and get the peoples.
Gotcha. Sorry, I was reading and trying to listen, and it was not going well.
It's no worry.
Yeah, so you make your way down there following the path that you see from that vision you got.
Yeah.
I assume you paid for your pizza.
Yeah, we weren't villainous. We did not attempt to recruit Jojo to our operations, but that option is still on the table.
Yeah.
We can always come back.
So you make your way over there. And like I said, you have to go outside the walls and then like basically just follow the walls down.
Okay.
You pass through like a brief like tent town. Seems like it's some of the denizens that have fallen on harder times. But eventually you get to where you see the hut, and like, yeah, there's this hut and it's like built up next against the wall.
Okay.
There's a couple other huts nearby, but that's the one from your vision. Looks like it's pretty small, just like a one room hut.
Okay.
Not in the greatest repair.
What do you reckon, friends? Should we return with a full squad? We could just pop our head in now. Just say hello. And we did say we're gonna have a day without gods. Oh, excuse me. Decisions. What do you think? Oh, excuse me. Cheeky T-burps. Cheeky T-burps that I'm worried are going to turn into quickly nip to the loo and be very ill burps. Here's hoping not. Oh. Yeah. Dorcas, you make a good point. Like, we know where it is. It's not going to go anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna take Dorcas' advice on this one. So we know where the place is. Now we're gonna head back to the Golden Wake and await the rest of the team.
Right. So you make your way back to the Golden Wake. Takes you 45 minutes or so. Sit down. Hex orders themselves a drink. I don't know if you want a drink as well.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Hex is loudly slurping a ale that's the size of their head.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna order a tea. It'll be fine. Just slow stirring.
Okay. Slowly diddling your tea.
I might. I might not. Emberlin's allowed to fingers in tea because Emberlin's not infernal, a tiefling, so they won't get their fingies burnt. Turns out the hut is actually a mimic. Toothy can have a friend, a house-shaped friend. God, that's some Baba Yaga tier nonsense right there. I will say though, I'm gonna take another moment to have a look at that painting of the queen before she became the queen, fighting against the Sky Leviathan.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I'm getting I don't know. I'd like to examine it. I'd like to examine it to see if there's any... well, okay. I'd like to roll insight on it to see if there's anything we can glean about our queen's story. If there's anything more that we might have missed from people's telling.
Okay.
See, look, I'm even declaring what it is I want to roll and what I'm looking for. Look at me actually doing it right.
Yeah.
And I rolled a 6. Fuck. It's a painting!
Yeah, so like I said, it's this large painting with like clearly the Sky Island in the background, and like the focus is primarily on the ship, and like the Leviathan coming towards it. But yeah, at the bow is like the queen, like hands on fire. I mean, yeah, pre-queen, so she's not full bore, but like the same like red dress that you recognize, hands flaming, and then at the back there's like a young to middle-aged like half-elf piloting the actual ship itself, and he's like piloting the ship with one hand and like holding a gun out at the other one.
Yeah, Idrith with the flaming hands. Oh, but yeah, sadly I couldn't glean any more information, friends. Oh.
Yeah, it's a really cool shot where she's like leaning over the front of the bow, like getting ready to like cast a spell. And yeah,
okay. Wraith was saying, do we know who the pilot is? Did we find that out last time? We have an inkling that it's whoever became the Archangel, if I remember correctly. Or am I completely losing my noodle here? Wait for Dorcas to catch up. That's kind of the arbiter of law. Oh yeah, Dorcas was saying Grogdak didn't know, but maybe somebody else does. It's not a bad shout. So that person is whoever became the Archangel is just a current theory. It's just law. All right, we've been theorizing it's the Archangel, but we don't know. Okay. I mean, in fact, who could we ask? Because Grognak's Grognak the left-handed is the one that runs this particular place, right?
No, he's just a patron. Like
he's
he's
just a
another.
patron. Okay. Okay. Then let's see if let's see if we can speak to the owner on this one, because I guess it is important. Like, it's not like it's just us chasing a rando detail. So yeah, let's go see if we can talk to whoever runs this branch.
So you've talked with the front desk person.
Okay.
In the past, who was,
if I remember correctly, totally done with our nonsense before it had even started.
Yeah.
Vanderby said it's going to turn out to be the painter who is the person at the front of the bow. They just like to insert themselves into all of their work. Talessa Stormblasted.
Oh, that's location. So I'm like, why can't I find this one? So I'm looking at the wrong sheet. Talessa Stormblasted was her name.
Okay. So let's see if we can find her around.
I mean, she's just at the front desk again.
And that's the receptionist, right?
Yeah, she's the one that like actually assigns. Like, a receptionist is selling her a little short. She assigns tasks, or like if you say like, "Oh, I'm looking for this kind of mission," she's the one that like finds you that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So, kind of trundling over, leaving Hex to his ale and stirring a little cup of tea. Talessa, I have a non-work question.
She kind of looks up, but is still like half paying attention to the paperwork she's filling out and half paying attention to you.
The art piece around the corner, the sorry, I've got it written down. The Idrith versus the Sky Leviathan. Do you know much about that?
She knows a bit. Gonna roll her history.
Oh, she rolls better than I do. Bloody hell.
She's like, I know a bit. I mean, just what I've been told, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Well, I was really curious as to who it is that's flying the ship. The half elf. I feel like I recognise him, but I'm not sure.
As the DM goes to his notes.
Sorry, just Dorcas with, well, everyone rolls better than you do. I'm very aware of this, except for when it doesn't matter, and then I roll like a demon.
Oh, his name was... what was it? Because she had a partner that she always went on hunts with. It was Aladon?
Aladon. Interesting. Let me scribble that down. Aladon, you say? Oh. Did you happen to know much about him other than they were questing friends? Sorry, that makes it sound very sinister. They were teammates.
It's like, they randomly got matched up on a hunt, hit it off, kind of just partnered after that, from what I remember.
Okay. Aladon the Paladin.
She's like, yeah, honestly, like, sorry, guild lore isn't exactly my forte, and tend to prioritize, finding you folks jobs than
of which we are
learning about
always,
old jobs.
Of which we are very grateful. No, it was more just a curiosity. It's the first time that we'd seen it's the first time we'd seen any artwork of Ildrith. We'd heard a lot of her legend, but we hadn't seen do you know anybody that likes to swat up on guild lore? Despite my profession, I feel sometimes woefully undereducated.
She goes, as I find another NPC.
Yeah, Dorcas, you got the spelling in one. Go you. You'll notice that I didn't even try. Aladon.
They point over to a Kenku who is sitting in the corner, and they make the sound of like a tripwire triggering. That's a king. They're a big buff on all the lore for this particular branch.
Oh, lovely. Well, we're just killing time this afternoon. Well, this evening. We're just killing time this evening while I wait for my my companions to return from their, we'll say, post-pirate recovery. I promised them we'd have a day without shenanigans, and so far that has not happened.
Like, yeah, your friends had some very specific, very odd questions, but
yeah,
who am I to judge?
Anyway, thank you kindly, and I totter on over to pating.
Yeah.
Makes it sound like a tripwire.
This was written by Thief of Trust.
Oh, I don't recognize that person.
So yeah, they're sitting there. They're currently like tinkering with something on the table.
Yeah.
They've got like a mug of ale, and they're like tinkering with something.
Forgive me for interrupting, and I'm more than happy to exchange a beverage for stories, but I hear you're the person to talk to about guild law.
Oh, I know a fair bit. Sit on down. And I would absolutely take a drink, as this one, and they like down the last swig of theirs, is now empty.
Lovely. Feel free to order at your convenience. I wanted to ask about
They just wave at the bartender.
Specifically the painting over there of Ildrith and Aladun fighting the Sky Leviathan.
Yes. The head of the council actually commissioned that painting afterwards as a thank you.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, I was trying to find a little more about, being specifically the person flying, but also, like, did Ildrith stay much on the island after that, or was she just passing through? There's so few accounts of Ildrith directly, but there's lots of small snippets. I guess I'm trying to piece everything together.
She was here for, if I remember correctly, she was on the island for about a month, taking odd jobs here and there. Something about preparing for something before she headed north.
North?
She was always very hush-hush about that.
What's north of here?
Shrugs.
Interesting.
But they randomly got paired up shortly before. They didn't meet here. They got paired up at one of the other guild locations. Hit it off. Seemed to have some kind of shared common interest, and were adventuring together ever since.
Oh wow!
She was obviously a skilled pyromancer, and he was, or still is. I don't know. He might be alive. I believe he was a ranger.
Fascinating. Oh, were there any more exploits of note from their time here on the island, aside from fighting a Sky Leviathan?
Well, they were always very efficient.
Okay.
They always got the mission, came back almost too fast. I remember correctly, she tended to enjoy fighting draconic things.
Okay.
Things of dragon descent, specifically. She didn't always take those. If there weren't any, she would take whatever was there. But if there was one to fight, chase down, say, a wormling or a wyvern or whatnot, she tended to prefer those for some reason.
Interesting. Sorry, friends, because what Dorches was saying, here's what's north of here. It's a fuck-off dragon. No, that's fascinating. Friends, I'm trying to think of what else we know from her adventures that we can ask this guy, because he seems to be a feckin' wealth of information.
Yes, no. I bet her once, very briefly, before she set out for wherever she was going, apparently from what I've been told, she was basically always poring over various tomes and things. She preferred that booth over there. And he points to the corner one.
Interesting. Friends, we'll go have a quick look at it in a bit. And Kisa, she did have an affinity for fire, that's for sure. Wraith, I don't know if this was her prep for taking godhood, but it sure as shit sounds like it. No, that's sorry. And turning back to, after muttering to ourselves, that's fascinating. Do you know what happened to her after her time here?
Shrugs and says, at least as far as I'm aware, that's the last anybody ever heard of her. So probably tried to take on another Leviathan and got herself ate.
Well, I have it on very good authority that she certainly did not get Leviathan.
Oh, really? Do tell. I always enjoy keeping up my trove of knowledge with the most up-to-date information.
Friends, do we want to just tell this guy straight up?
They say this, and then they're still been tinkering this entire time, and they had just finished tightening something, and then the thing they're tinkering on goes, ba-ting, and they have this brief, Could you do me a favor?
Yes.
Put your finger there and just hold that for a second.
Okay.
Okay. And then I quickly grab the thing, like reset. I go, okay, thank you. That would have been very bad.
Define bad.
Well, this is a mild explosive.
Oh, good. Honestly, that wouldn't even be the strangest thing that's happened today. Also, sorry. Apologies for jumping around conversationally. How long ago was it the Leviathan attack?
Oh, about 30 years or so.
30 years. Oh my word. Fascinating. So yeah, friends, what do you say? Like, we can just tell this guy, but I don't know if the Queen wants us telling her origin story. Yes, always insinuate, never confirm. I wonder if we can. I wonder if we can say something along the lines of, "We hear she's risen up in the world, and doesn't concern herself with guild matters these days." That might be a better way of putting it. Because she's not dead. She's just a god now, and we work for her. But I don't trust my my ingenuity today to not get us into more trouble. So that's why I'm double checking with all of you lot. So, Will, how did you scupper the entire campaign? I kept saying things, and I didn't stop saying things, and now Emberlin's very dead. Wraith, you are a bad influence. So, more trouble!
Yay, more trouble!
Hooray! Yeah, Amber wasn't there to kick us in the shins. Yeah, Amber's been very good for helping with that. Okay. Oh. So yeah, okay, let's go for the insinuation and just adding to him. Well, I can't get into too many details, but I can tell you that while she did give up the guild life, she has definitely risen up in the world. Let's go with that.
Yeah, it's good to hear. Actually, and finishes tinkering with her thing, and then rustles through their pack and pulls out a big, like, journal-looking thing and flips through it a bit. Let's see. Yeah, they flip through. It goes, yes, here we go. Apparently, her original plan was to head north, but then she got wind of something. Wouldn't say what it was. And instead headed southwest when she left.
That would be towards the Green Spires, wouldn't it?
Roughly. I mean, there's a lot of things that way.
Did she make any indications as to where she was headed, aside from the general location?
He shrugs. Or sorry, they shrug and go, not sure. Sometimes guild members leave note of where they're heading to next with the front desk. Could have her dig through the old logs and maybe see.
You know what? I might just do that. Hang on, I'll be back in just a second. So, tottering back over to, is it Thalessa? Yes. Or Telessa.
Yeah. Telessa, yeah.
Okay, so follow-up question, which is sort of a work question, but also a history question.
She's like, what?
Look, I'm happy to buy you a thank you pint. But you know how sometimes guild members will leave a note or a missive or something before they head off onto a mission?
Yes.
And if I wanted to find out about one from about 30 years ago...
She sighs and goes, okay, I'll tell you what, I'll get you the log, but you have to find it yourself.
Okay, that sounds good.
Okay, be right back. Watch the front desk for me. Don't tell anybody anything, just tell them I'll be right back.
Okay. So I shuffle around and pretend to be the receptionist.
Yeah. I think right about now, Sharsu actually comes back in.
Hello! Welcome to the guild. Wonderful adventurer. Would you care to take a seat? acquire a beverage, perhaps sample some of our local foods.
Sure, it's like, what the fuck are you doing?
I am temporary receptionist, and I plan to enjoy myself.
All right, sure. Yes, I am meeting a couple of friends here. I believe that's one of them over there. And points to Hex.
Why, yes it is. Come on in, sir.
Thank you, kind receptionist. Just like shake his head and trundles past you.
And seriously, like Emblin's all kind of like shoulders up, prim and proper.
Yeah. Can you roll a perception check for me?
I can. 13.
All right. As you go by, you happen to like glance at Sharsu's like war pick.
Yeah.
The one that he had augmented, so now it like does fire damage.
Yeah.
There's now a crystal like embedded on the back of it.
Ooh. Okay. Feckin' cool.
Yeah, so Sharsu makes their way over and sits down with Hex. And I think over your shoulder you hear like, the fuck is he doing? Hex is like, I don't know. I'm just drinking.
Oh, yeah, Dorcas, yeah. What if he can, like, throw his pick and then have it snap back? That would be so cool. Boomerang pick.
So yeah, it's like 5 or so minutes. She comes back with this huge, like, and there's actually one of these on her desk, but this huge, like, leather-bound ledger. It's like, it's a good, like, 6 inches thick, and it's like 2 foot by 1 foot. Like, it's huge. She just slams it down, and there's this big, like, puff of dust that goes out from between all the pages. It's like, here you go.
Thank you.
Take it over there, look through it, get out of my seat. Did anybody come by?
Yes.
Okay, where are they?
It's my friend over there, it's Chaosu.
Oh, okay, get in my chair.
Okay. Waddling over with this book, I kind of like over neck gesture to Chaosu and to Hex, being like, right, we're going in that booth because let's go to the Queen's booth.
Yeah.
And it's like waddling over to Pating. It's like, so I got the logbook, but it's all of it, so I'm going to have to pour through this. You're more than welcome to join us if you're done with head gestures and explosions, but otherwise, yeah. Dorcas is like, get Hex to help you. Don't do it for yourself. Damn it. Hey, yo, that was a great line. Did anyone come by? No one important. Certainly no more pirates.
All right, so you sit down in the booth,
Yeah.
and like you scoot in and like have, I think Sharsu sits next to you and Hex sits across from you, because between the two, Sharsu's the one that has done the more lengthy reading, so he's probably gonna be the most help. But you notice the edge of the table here is like burned.
Ooh. Run my finger across it. Is there any magical residue? Can I do an Arcana check on this?
Go for it.
8. I can't roll for shit.
Just seems like it got burnt somehow.
Okay.
But it's mostly like you're in the corner booth, so you're like literally at the far back corner of the Golden Wake, and it's like that seat specifically, like somebody was just like burning the edge of the table there.
Okay. Yeah, that's you're right, Dorcas. Let's get those bad rolls out of our system now. Excuse me. Okay. So
you flip it open. How long do you want to spend pouring through this?
I mean, honestly, we've got the evening.
Okay.
So, yeah, I guess we try and find roughly 30 years back and have a look-see.
Yeah, so you start like at the front and you're like, okay, you just kind of start skimming for names and like you have to go forward a bunch. I think like you go too far, but you finally like see her name once. Like, okay, we're getting close. You like slow down, do smaller chunks.
Okay.
And yeah, each of the missions, like there's almost all of them are like hunted dragon, hunted wormling, hunted, like it's all these various things. One of them's even like hunted a rogue guild member who is a dragonborn.
Oh wow.
Um,
Oh, and actually, just very quickly, AR does make a very good point, which is burnt. It's like our queen sat there and was upset by something.
Actually, in the notes for the dragonborn one, it just says like one after rogue guild member, and then just like clearly as just like a note by whoever was writing this, it just says like sent out the burn unit.
We could be burn. No, okay, we're the Court of Embers, but we could have been burn unit 2, burn harder. Yeah, Ozine, lot of draconic hate.
And then so you keep going, and like it takes you a while. Eventually, Amber shows up and joins you.
Not looking up from the book, I'm like, okay, feeling better? Just going through.
Much.
I'm tracking down our last missive from. So basically, the Queen did missions from here back when she was mortal, and her last mission, she had initially planned to go north from here into feck knows where, but then changed her mind and decided to go southwest. Could be Greenspires, could be somewhere, but that's the last time she was heard of by mortals. And so I figure it's worth looking into. So that's why I'm doing the big boring book details.
I think as you're talking, Sharcy goes, oh, and points. And you look down, and it says, you know, she was leaving for a while, heading to Deladar by way of Ferandrith.
Deladar by way of Ferandrith. Have we heard Deladar before?
Yes, it is the dwarven city. It's this one down here.
Ah, yes. Okay. And we know that that place has an Underdark opening.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting. And I'm having these muses with the rest of the table of like, okay, so if she went from here, she was probably looking for an entrance to the Underdark and from there to Tynelu. I get the feeling that she's having us retrace her steps a certain amount, but I wonder why. With an additional round of Okay. Curiouser and curiouser. All right. I skim a little. I skim a little more to make sure there wasn't like an additional note or a follow-up referencing, like making sure there wasn't like like search parties sent out for Idrith or anything like that.
Yeah, you skim forward a few pages, and like as far as you can tell, that's the last entry of her, and it was basically just a like she's heading this way. If you need her, she's that way last. Like that's as close as you get to be like, oh yes, I'm going to check in with this person every so often in this universe.
Okay,
sort
so
of like having a ascending stone or something.
Okay, so closing the book with a massive dramatic flair. I'm like, right, we have found
so you do
out.
that, and again, huge puff of dust, just and everyone's like.
So, actually, Lyris makes a very good point that, friends, we woke up south of Ferandrith. So, like, we woke up down about here. So that does put us in an interesting locale.
You woke up like here-ish.
Yeah. But yes, slamming the book closed with the dramatic puff of smoke, I'm like, I have learned 2 things today. I know we promised no god stuff, but we were in the upper city doing some research, so I know 2 things to share with you all. 1, there is a place here where monkeys will serve you food. Everyone serving you is a monkey. And the food was pretty good. I mean, Hex, what did you think of the food?
I was like, I prefer the thin crust pizza, but that's me.
I see you're a gentleman of taste, Hex. The other thing is, after some, let's just call it awkwardness in the bathroom, I think we have a location for where the slumbering god might be. It seems to be in the slums area. We didn't go and check it out because today is our no gods day. But I figured tomorrow we can go as a group and go check it out. I don't know if we'll have to do another ritual involving psychotropics or what have you. Or the Vox Kitty.
Whisper. Sorry.
Yes, Whisper has arrived. The Memnol star of the show is now really here. Well, Orzine, we'll have to come up with our own variant of, like, the Queen of Ember's Sabbath. Like, this is the No Burns Day or something. J Post and Nourish, thank you for the bits, yo. Whisper is stealing the show, and I'm okay with this. Yeah. Lost Flowers was saying, can I trace a finger over the charred bits? You mean at the table? Okay, so just gonna trace the edge of the burnt marks along the edge of the table.
And actually, technically, Lizzie, this is not mine. This is Lucifer's cat. Actually, both the cats in the apartment. Both this one and the cat that doesn't exist. So yeah, you trace something, and it's just like the edge. Like literally just right in front of the seat. Seems to be burned.
Okay. Interesting. So yeah, proposing it to the table. So that's my plan. I'm going to put this hulking great big tome back. Let's take it easy for this evening, and then tomorrow we'll go as a group. We'll head on over and see what other nonsense awaits.
All right. Can you roll a perception check for me real quick?
Okay. Perception 20, not 20.
All right. So you're like running your hand over this, and it almost feels. Oh, come on! I need to act something up. You're not helping. As Whisper manages to unplug my headphones.
Oh, that's what happens. You were like, Whisper. No, Whisper's like, well, fuck your couch. You eat your headphones on the way out. Chaos
Basically.
Kitten.
So you're running your hands over this, and it almost feels like, specifically the wear pattern, it almost feels like it was like a nervous thing.
Okay.
Like she was like doing this like thing like, as she was reading or something, like just casually doing this.
Okay.
And then you slowly bring your hand under the table, and you notice in the bottom of the table, you feel like something irregular on the bottom.
Oh shit. So 1 second. And I stick my face under the table.
There's a burned handprint in the bottom of the table.
Ooh. I compare my hand size to it.
Yours are larger. This one's very... It's normal human-sized, and pretty normal for, like, a femme person. Much narrower fingers than yours.
Okay.
But there does also appear to be the indent of what looks like there might have been, like, a ring there.
Interesting. I feel like we should investigate this further, but I don't know which role to... I don't know if we should investigate it from a magic perspective or from, like, a perception perspective. So she had a ring. Now, the red ring that we got was from... The ruby ring of the shield. That was from... Oh, why am I drawing a blank?
That was from one of the Lower Lord's temples.
Yes, thank you. Whisper don't like D. So I'm going to try, if you'll allow me to try Arcana and then standard investigation, that would be lovely.
Sure.
Okay, so Arcana up first. Let's get a magical read on this. 12?
12? It seems like it's almost either... like you can produce flame, and it seems kind of like it might have been that, or it's either that or the like basically the shape metal spell where you just like make your hand really hot so that it burns things in.
Okay.
And knowing your queen, it's probably just a thing she just like did without thinking about it. Just as a like, instead of having a fidget spinner, she just like lit her hands on fire.
I mean, if I could, I would. And yeah, just gonna do a straight up perception to see if anything besides the ring.
Okay.
Sadly, only a 10.
Nope.
Okay.
You do notice it's her right hand.
Okay, so that means that she was kind of reading like this with other hand under the table. Okay. Lancelot, I think we've got a cantrip that would let us make a fidget spinner out of fire. I have to check. As I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know how much control we get over produce flame, but that's not the story. We don't need a fidget spinner right now. So kind of like coming up from the table and looking over to the rest of the peeps, I'm like, yo, this is definitely where the queen was. I promise you. I don't ask me how I know, but there's a fiery mark on this very table, and I don't know. This feels good.
There's this awkward point where suddenly everyone goes and looks under the table like simultaneously.
See?
Everyone's like, huh? Look at that.
Fucking yo.
I think Hex actually even gets down under the table and like goes and like looks up at it and like traces it with their finger.
The Hex special. Oh. Loris is asking if anyone banged their head while looking.
No, I think because Hex just like slid under and then Sharcy would have to lean out because he's too big to lean towards you.
All right, so I'm gonna
did the same.
I'm gonna waddle the tome back, and then unless things are being thrown at us, we can do a. Oh wow, sorry. Oh. I might need to go get some water in just a second, if that's all right, dude.
Yeah. I think this is a good breaking point. It's actually getting kind of late in the day, and so like, I think it's this point you're like, okay, let's call it here for the evening. You promised no gods today.
Yep.
Grab some rooms. All right, so why don't you go get water? I'll keep these folks entertained.
Okay, thank you kindly, and I'll be back in just a second.
Also means they haven't replaced the table in 30 plus years. I mean, yeah, why would you if it's still fine? It's not like tables get a ton of wear and tear. Yeah, tables are expensive. Especially like nice, solid wood tables that would survive bar fights. Yeah, they haven't planned to play on Dobbs Legends yet. Yeah, good solid wood tables will like last you for fucking ever. Especially if it's maintained well. Yeah. How y'all doing, chat? You having fun? Watching Emberlyn be a tourist for a day? Yeah. Good. Gary makes such a terrible sound. Like, curators are fantastic, and I love that I can just make a single cup of coffee with almost zero time, but man, it just makes the worst sound. Well, as far as I'm glad you're enjoying learning the lore. I had much help with it, including the Shadow League of DMs. Who there's at least one member of chat, or one member of in chat. Yeah, I'm glad Will's internet stabilized. That would have been annoying.
Hello, hello. Thank you for waiting. Oh, and I get to read Dorcas's theories. And I do like that theory, the idea that she was here when she worked out the last bit of what she needed. And obviously you can't answer this, Baron, but the thing I'm really curious about is the things that the Queen of Embers is having us do. It does feel like we're tracing her steps. Yeah, and Moose, you're right, we don't know what became of Aladon, but the idea that he became the Archangel makes the most amount of sense, especially if he was there when she ascended. Okie dokie. Alright, do you need a break, good sir? Are you ready to keep going?
Actually, let me just top my water off quick, and that'll be good.
Wunderbar. Okie dokie, Loki's. Just putting some extra calories in my system. So, I feel like we need to do a little bit more research into the Underdark. But it's going to be a hell of a journey to get there.
All right, and this is actually good timing because we're down for another drink.
Woo!
As you can tell, Lucifer's margarita, and it's really hard to see because of the light bounce. That is in fact on fire.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's a flame.
So yes, behold, Lucifer's margarita.
It's not a party till something's on fire.
God damn it, Favor 6.
We're doing so well.
It's too hot to drink.
Oh, Favor 6, thank you for the bits. Feck you for making us lose the game, you terror, as we did just lose it. And have a lovely rest of your evening, you monster.
Yeah. I'm gonna give that a hot second to cool down.
Yep.
Because pro tip, if something's on fire, don't drink it right away.
You'd be amazed how many people that is a necessary piece of information.
Yeah. But people are dumb.
I don't know why I was thinking about it so much yesterday, but I kept remembering that bit from season 1 of everyone is weak to fire. I kept thinking about that.
Everything is weak to fire. It just depends on how much fire it takes.
Yeah. I got it in my head. Fox are weak to fire. It's like, no, everything's weak to fire.
It's a fire, and it's organic material. It's weak to it.
And Lamelot, fire breathing is heckin' cool. Accidentally drinking the fire breathing liquid, not heckin' cool. That was annoying.
Yeah.
Oh, I overthought it and then accidentally swallowed some.
Ugh.
Yeah. And Ozzy is correct.
Pleasant.
The amount of people who on the internet have failed at drinking burning liquids is numerous.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, alright, I'm back. I'm focused. So yeah, the overall goal was while away the evening in a non-god related manner, and the next day, go to it. So, where we at? Where are we at?
Do you relay any of this to a ding?
Oh, the information.
Yeah. Just last you had told them, you were like, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go check on that. And then just like...
Never returned.
Yeah.
That seems very us. If they ask us again later, we'll be like, oh, God, almost forgot. But, I mean, what do we know? We know that our deity went to the Underdark, and that's probably where they murdered a lower lord and then ascended. So yeah, we are... It's not that we'll necessarily be persona non grata so much as we'll be like, yeah, our god killed one of your gods, so... Oh.
Alright, so, just spending the night drinking and chatting and then going to it the next morning, or are you going to go investigate the hut in the middle of the night?
What do you think, friends? Night hut or day hut?
Night hut, fighter of the day hut.
Champion of the sun! Stepagen says, do we know why the old gods are sleeping? Actually, I don't believe we do. That's a very good point. It's not something we've really looked into. And yeah, Wraith, it's literally our god's better than your god. Because our god murdered yours with spells. Dorcas wants to do 3 a.m. heart party.
Lyris points out that time is in fact not real.
I mean, you're not wrong. Time is a human construct. Feck it. If you want to do Night Hut, let's do Night Hut. All right. Time to head down to the slums in the dark of night. There's no way this goes wrong.
Yeah. So like, what time are you going out there? Like just after sunset? Are you waiting till like midnight, 3 a.m.?
The combination KFC and Night Hut. I think this is a midnight kind of adventure. What do you say? Oh, okay. Dorcas was saying that they either got forgotten as civilization grew or went into remission after the flood. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, you found that out from the lady that had you huff things before you met Carl.
Yes, that was it. Carl, the great big deer god. Let's get down to business to check out the hut. The problem is I can't think of anything else to rhyme off of that than but, so I'll leave that in your capable hands, friends.
We could have gone in sunlight, but we're all just, I don't know. I tried.
You know what? It was an honest attempt. And Dorcas just adding, the lady who made you huff things before you met Carl. Not a sentence expected to hear today. And yet. All right. So a little after midnight, I get the party together because technically the day is over, and that means we can move on to the next day. So it's God times.
You're literally sitting there like drinking, like yes, and exactly minute. New day, let's go.
God time, let's roll.
All right, so you start making your way down there. Are you like going like super stealthy in the cover of night? Or are you like casting fire so you have some light?
What do you reckon, friends? Do we want to do flamey hands or stealthy strolls? Lyris is asking if there's any rules we should be aware of. We've not actually asked. So as it stands, we don't know of anything we should be aware of. Other than we're going to the sketchy part of town at the dead of night.
Tease is voting Toasty Paws.
I mean, Toasty Paws, that's our style. Actually, no. Let's play to our strengths. This is us gonna go potentially meet a god. And how do we go in? Smiles blazing. So no, flaming hand for light source as we make no pretense of our movements.
No one questions a man who has nothing to hide.
Yeet.
Good point. So the streets are fairly well lit. Actually, some of the there's like street lamps that have some of the smaller like crystal fragments that basically have arcane energy just charged into them, and they give this like kind of faint blue or green glow. And so it's actually this weird juxtaposition where like you're walking through this blue light, and then you just go and have like the red. So you have like the red and blue lighting on your face.
Yeah.
Sharsu pulls out his war pick and ignites it for additional light. Hex pulls out Tooth and goes, ha! Oh, that's right, and puts it back.
Though if Toothy learns how to cast fire, we're in serious good times. All right.
So yeah, you make this fiery procession through the streets. Can you roll a navigation check for me, or whatever it's called in this game? I guess it would be survival. I think is the generic way around. Yeah, let's do survival.
19.
19. All right. So you do take into account that the islands have since rearranged themselves.
So thankfully we
remember,
don't get our asses lost.
The islands have moved, so now we're on this side of the island, and you're actually closer now. Before you had to cut like all the way through the central island, but now you're on the opposite side.
Okay.
So it's a little bit closer. Still takes you a bit of time. Just there's a couple times where you get to an intersection, you're like, wait, it's that way. Just orienting yourself in the dark is always a little weird.
And Lyris,
yeah, you make your way.
Oh, we haven't asked Xiaosu what the new crystal in his weapon does, because why spoil the surprise? We're gonna let him have his flair. He might be a serious person, but he occasionally likes to show off.
So you make your way through, and like going through the kind of the slums. It's like, again, it's just like tents and hovels. There are like barrels where people are like throwing things in, they're like lighting them to keep warm. I think actually at one point you see somebody like trying to light one of the barrels, and Sharsu just sticks his flaming pick in there and like lets it ignite, then pulls it out, and then it gives them an up down and keeps going. They're like, oh, thank you.
That sounds like us.
Which again, this is just the weirdest like party composition, because it's a tiefling with fire hands, an iron-shelled war turtle with a flaming war pick, and then behind them someone with bagpipes, and a kobold who's currently just being confident as fuck. Just
just doing my thing.
Yeah.
God, we got a cool squad.
Anyway, you trundle on up to the hut. It seems like it's dark inside. Like you might actually roll a perception check.
Okie dokie. 7.
Yeah, as far as you can tell, it seems like it's dark inside.
Is it closed door, open door?
Close the door.
Okay. Fuck it, let's just knock and see what happens. So with one flamey hand and one extinguished hand, knock, knock, knock.
All right. So you open. Where's the person that was going to make it do this thing? You knock, and after a moment, you hear some shuffling.
Ozzy, I'm not going to burn the hut down yet. Like, knock, knock, knock. Oh crap, wrong hand!
I was gonna. So yeah, after a moment, so there's some shuffling, and the door cracks open, and it's closed with one of those like little chains. And you see an eye peer out, and a rather elderly femme voice is like, "Yes, what can I do for you?"
We hear about the old gods.
Door closes. Then you hear some rattling,
I was gonna say,
and the door opens.
I was like, give it a second before we start firing things.
So yeah, the door opens. There's a very elderly-looking furbolg, femme presenting, very like hunched over, like she's got really severe like scoliosis. She's got a cane. At the top of there is one of the like the crystals. She's got a cloak draped over her, like she's been pulling it around her for warmth. Looking in past her, it's a very modest-looking home. In one corner, there's a little like potbelly stove that has a low fire burning in it, which is why you can see any light because it's just in this little cast iron stove. She's like, "Hear about the old gods, eh?"
Well, specifically, Shihada.
Ah, yes. They've been making a lot more noise recently. I wondered if something was happening.
Hi, with something happening.
Alright, come on in.
Thank you. I extinguish the hand just so I don't accidentally burn down her very rickety hut.
Yeah, she toddles over to a shelf and grabs a candle, and actually, she like holds it out to you. She's like, "Do you mind?"
Oh, not at all.
Yep. Okay, light the candle. She puts it in like a little lantern and like hooks it on the wall. It gives a little bit more light to the room. It's very worn down in here. Like you can tell she's in her older age, having trouble keeping up with like the sweeping and like all that stuff. But there's various herbs and stuff drying on the walls. There is actually a pot of some kind of liquid that's simmering on the little potbelly stove. And then there's a bookshelf that's very precarious looking. Like if you sneeze at it, it might fall over. It's just full of scrolls.
Looking around my best as to find a place to sit without destroying anything.
Yeah.
I take a little seat and...
She gestures. In the middle of the room, there is this... Actually, at some point, it was a very nice rug on the floor that has like clothes on it, but they're clearly like very old and in need of a good wash. She's like, "Yes, please, sit.
So,
and she very shakily sits herself down on one of the pillows.
So please forgive us for coming in the dead of night. In all honesty, things have been very strange of late, and I'm not entirely sure that our presence would have been welcome, but I am Emberlyn Burns. I am Herald of the Queen of Embers, and these are the fellow members of the Court of Embers.
Heck just goes, "Hi."
I will be very upfront with you. We have been tasked with communicating with and possibly waking the old gods. We've just come from Greenspire. That was interesting. And our path led us here next.
Right.
Sorry to be so blunt at stupid o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no, it is appreciated. Once you get to my age, you get tired of people just talking for the sake of talking and not saying anything. So, in return, let me be blunt. They are here. They are below us. I can guide you through the ritual as best I can, but at a certain point, I do have to leave you.
Okay.
Do you all wish to commune, or just you?
What do you think, friends? Like, on the one hand... Wait. Sorry, on the one hand, I'm like, bringing the squad is always fun. Wraith, it seems like we're going to get drugged up again. But on the other, we don't know if this god is going to be happy to see us or otherwise. Sorry, I just lost Flowers saying, talking for the sake of stalking? I don't know anyone like that. You can just at me. I like talking. I like
just
to think I'm good at it sometimes. But yeah, I don't know if we should leave people here just in case or what have you. Okay, Wraith, that's not a bad shout. So turning to the rest of the group, I'm just like, look, I'm not going to make any of you come with me on this one. So you're free to make up your own mind on this one, but I have to go there.
As you turn to them to say this, Hex already has their hand up. Yes. Oh, you could. Yes.
Okay.
You look at Amber and she goes, I mean, how am I going to write stories about the shit you do if I'm not there to witness it?
To welcome in.
You look at Sharsu and they say, why not? It's been a whole 25 hours since you've instilled existential dread in me.
That's a new record for us.
At this point. It is, and I feel like if we don't solve that soon, it's going to cause the world to implode or something.
All right, so turning to the old Furblog, it looks like it's all four of us. Now, when you say go below, do you mean physically or metaphorically?
Yes. Right. And she like starts to stand up, and actually Hex gets up and like helps her up, like, okay, oh, here to me. And Hex like, do you need help? She's like, that would be lovely, dear. Thank you. She starts like, she gives Hex or asks like, do you know what like these, 3 or 4 herbs look like? Hex like, oh yes, and like goes and like starts scouring the wall for the herbs. She goes and like under her bed, she pulls out a little like chest and opens it and pulls something out and closes it and shoves it back in. And Hex brings her the herbs that she asked for, and she takes them and plucks a few few leaves off each one and like, throws them into a mortar pestle and starts grinding them up. And then turns to Hex and goes, love, there's some fresh water over there. Would you take that teapot and start on the kettle? And she's like, okay. And so Hex like fills a little teapot up and puts it on top of the stove, and like waiting for it to boil.
Let me know if you need more fire.
Just, oh no, I think it should be plenty, but thank you. She then, she's still clutching the thing that she like pulled out of the box, and she pulls it out, and it's this tiny little shard of one of the crystals.
Okay.
And she takes a small knife out of her belt and cuts her thumb and like runs it over the crystal, and then clasps it in her hand and then whispers something, and you see this brief glow of light. And then she looks at it in her hand and like inspects it for a second and then nods, and then goes to stick it in the mortar and pestle. Can you roll a perception check for me?
Yes, I can. 8.
8. All right. So yeah, she throws it in there. She starts grinding it up. There's a brief like flash of light as the mortar hits it. And like, yeah, she grinds it up, and she puts them in a little like, whatever you call those tea infuser things. There's a name for those, right?
I just call them infusers. They probably have a clever name.
Yeah. Puts in one of those, sticks it in the kettle, and waits for it to boil.
Okay. So, I mean, I guess. So while we're waiting for the tea to boil, perhaps I could ask some questions of your knowledge, if that's okay.
Just, you may ask. I'm not all knowing, but
I've been pondering this. Why do you think my deity would wish the old gods awoken?
You said it was the Queen of Embers, yes?
Yes.
Well, I mean, if she is one of the old gods, it would be rather lonely to rule by herself. Maybe she doesn't like the way things are now and wishes to return the world to a more natural order. Maybe she just wants chaos. Who's to say? The logic behind a god's will.
Fair.
They see the entire board. We just see the pieces in front of us.
Because when Carl awoken, sorry, I turned to Shasu. What was Carl's real name again?
Kamarta.
When Kamata awoken, Kamata felt, I mean, gigantic, but neither chaotic nor vindictive. They just seemed to be. They were very much the embodiment of nature. And also, as soon as they awoken, the green spires grew like 4 sizes. So that was a fun thing. But I don't...
She nods knowingly.
I mean, again, who are we to assume the will of the gods? But it doesn't seem to be for chaos or for malice. I don't know. I mean, it's not like we're going to stop. It's just, yeah. I guess I'm not the asking questions sort sometimes.
Yes. Again, they are playing a different game than we are, and that they are playing the game. We are the pieces. Each deity has their own strategy, their own end goal, their own tells. They're much like us mortals in that way, but for us to even try to comprehend why a thing is a little vain, if you ask me.
Yes, and the times that we have spoken with some of the newer gods, well, and I even do the finger like the newer gods. They have been difficult to understand.
Fair enough, dear. Oh, and like just now you hear the kettle start to whistle.
Okay.
She goes and grabs 4 cups, pours you each a cup of tea, and then hands them out to you. Goes, I would let that cool a bit, it's very hot. Now, I will take you below after you've imbibed the tea. And I will take you as far as I can, but at a certain point, it's disrespectful of me to go further if I have not also imbibed the tea, and honestly, you need someone who hasn't had it here waiting for you when you get back.
Well, thank you. Oh, all right.
Well then, drink up.
Doing a big stretch, like a left and right, but like, okay. Well, gang, this isn't the first time, and it probably won't be the last. Cheers. And
They all cheers and down their drinks.
Yep.
She goes over, and you didn't notice, but there was like a very rugged-looking board against the one wall, and she kind of shuffles it out of the way, and there's just a hole in the wall that was the outer wall of the castle, and it just goes down to this like natural cavern.
And before going through the board, I stop for a brief moment and just go, by the way, what is Shahada the god of?
Just, I believe you'll see, dear. Now follow me.
Oh, good.
And she grabs the lantern and starts making her way down. She makes her way down, and it's this huge, long, spiraling cavern that goes pretty steeply downwards, but not like so much that you're like stopping yourself from falling down. But it's a decent grade. And then
the god of
eventually she gets. Let's switch this up. Eventually, she gets to a point where the ground kind of levels off. And he goes, sadly, this is where I must leave you. I will be waiting either here or up above when you are finished. Can't get lost, there's only one way out.
Well, wish us luck.
Yes, good luck. And I will see you on the other side.
All right. With a small hand of fire, I lead our procession down.
Yep. So you start going, and you see her light kind of behind you get smaller and smaller, and then you.
Much appreciated. Much appreciated.
I think you just look behind you at her briefly, and she raises her cane up and then just brings it down into the ground. And there's this, and then like her light goes out.
Oh, good. As I lead the procession down, I kind of say, perhaps to no one in particular, we do end up in the strangest situations. God.
Amber goes, I mean, bards don't write stories of boring things.
Oh, you could do like a cover album of like, I don't know, stories about I don't know, lumber wood people. Now, there's people that make things with their hands. What are they called? Work people. Could do an album about them. No one would listen to it. I'm nervous
An
talking.
entire album about breakfast food.
Yeah.
That exists, by the way.
Maybe
it's a rap album by Andre the Creator.
Brilliant. Yeah, work people. Maybe you could do like a musical tour of the different street meets of the world. You can Hex could collaborate.
Hex, I'd be down for researching that. Toothy, be down for researching that? You just hear this like slurping sound.
I'm nervous talking. Can you tell I'm nervous talking? I'm nervous talking. And aside from idle banter, I continue to lead the team down these stairs.
Trying to find appropriate music. So yeah, you continue down, and it just keeps spiraling further and further down. And can you roll a survival check for me?
Oh, good. Nat 20! Yeah! Right. Sure wish I could have saved that for when I need it.
You think for a second, and you go, wait a minute, the amount that we've gone down, we should be out the bottom of the island.
Do you want to find a pocket dimension?
Analog video games are great.
Feck yeah, they are, Sean. Feck yeah. And Sean, thank you for 37 months. We're about to commune with some old fucked up gods. How's your Saturday going?
Yeah.
Well, the gods might be fine, but they also might not be. Who knows?
You continue down through this spiral, and eventually it stops curving and starts going straight, but it's still going a bit down. And then eventually, you think in front of you, you see like the cavern or the tunnel opens up into a cavern.
Okay.
You enter into this cavern and kind of look around, and there's maybe 20 feet of ground in front of you, and then a pit.
Oh, good.
And as you kind of inch your way closer to the ledge, you see there's something kind of sticking up out of the pit, and you just hear, it even takes you a second to realize what it is, but you hear, and you realize there's something sitting in this pit that is breathing, and actually sticking out of its back, or what you think is its back, are these huge red crystals.
I look at the rest of the team with a question mark expectant face. Like, what the hell do we do? Gonna start walking around the side to see if we can see a face to say hello to.
So the ledge doesn't go all the way around, it just is like this one side.
Okay. Yeah, did we just find a dragon god? Oh, good.
But yeah, you, looking up, you suddenly realize you can't see the ceiling of this place.
Okay.
And then off on either side, you can't really see the edges of it. Like, you can see the cliff and where the cliff kind of ends, and then just nothing. So it's either so far out that you're like, can't reach it, or some kind of pocket dimension and it's just infinite after that.
Oh. Okay, Lyra says poke it. Wraith says, oi dickhead, wake up. Sean says, quit calling it old. You're right. Probably gonna be mad. Oh, okay. Alright, so friends, we've got to wake this up. So let's see what we've got. Because I think I've got the spell that lets me make... it might be... So yeah, we can cast Thaumaturgy to make our voice louder if we want to say hello. So, perhaps we can just be formal, like, "Oh, great Shadala, we seek an audience with you," and see how they react to that. Because, like, Carl was kind of waiting for us, whereas this god's just napping. Yeah, OG God of Gems. Okay, we can work with that. Yo, Shadi! How you been doing? It's been a while! I mean, no one wants to get woken up by that. Alright, I'm going to try the formal approach. Just whispering to the team. Okay, I'm going to try and say hello. But brace yourself. And casting Thaumaturgy, I say, "Oh! Great Shadala! We seek an audience!"
Roll a charisma check for me.
Oh, this is where I crit one and die. Oh, and Imperios, White friend. Charisma check, yes?
Yep.
16?
Alright, so you do this, and it echoes out and then back at you. And you see it, like, rumble a little bit, and you see the crystals briefly, like, pulse. But other than that, no movement.
Okay, friends, I know we're all thinking the Dragon Ball theme song. Shahada. Oh, Dorcas is right. I got it wrong. Hey, so I said the name wrong? I don't think it noticed, but I'm going to try again. And again. Because I believe, yeah, Termagy's a cantrip, right?
Yeah, so you can as much as you want.
Okay, so try again. Great Shahada! Apologies for the interruption, but we seek an audience, and possibly even waking you up a little bit. No, Kisa, we will not scream, "Holla holla, get dollar."
Yeah, again, it just, like, shuffles a little bit, but otherwise seems unmoving.
I'm just like, what do we do? Old God says what?
John of the boat with T-pose!
T-pose is short dominance. We could jump on their back. Lost Flowers, we do have a red gem as well. Oh, okay. So looking around, there's nothing besides the cliff and the edge and the infinite darkness, right? There's no, like, great big bell that says, "Ring me twice."
Roll perception check.
6.
Nope.
Nothing useful.
It's a cave, yo.
Oh. Amber, come here. I've got an idea.
She's, like, staring at it, kind of, like, in shock.
Amber, focus. Come here.
She's like, "Oh, yeah, what?"
I've got an idea. What if we do the music thing?
The music thing?
Do the thing with the pipe and the music. Your thing.
So play a song.
Yes. I'm sorry, I've had a lot of fucked up tea.
Yeah, I mean, I could... How did we like the last one?
We just trundled down. It came to us.
No, there was the bit at the end, though.
No one likes to be woken that way.
Okay, yes, Lyris. No one's going to be happy to be woken up with a bagpipe solo, but I'm running out of ideas here! Wait, what was the thing we did? We did a thing, didn't we? God, I should have had less of that tea. What was the thing we did last time?
Sorry. Jay posed the bagpipe smash mouth alarm.
But that's where we just get a dragon paw just squishing the entire party.
Just snooze.
Are we talking about the blood offering? Oh, yes! Friends, you might be onto something here. Alright. You know what? Amber, I forgot about the blood thing. I guess we're gonna have to do the blood thing. So I flick out a knife and I'm just gonna take a bit of forearm and just go... Psh, hold it over the edge.
Alright.
And then shrug at the rest of the party and be like, do you want to try?
So yeah, you do this and it like pulls up in your arm for a second and then drips off into the abyss. And then you just hear movement. And you see this thing's, what you can now tell is its back turn, and it kind of sinks down. Doesn't quite fit. Sorry, this song is called Ritual Deep, Dark, and Wet. And you hear a... as something's climbing up towards you.
Hold steady, friends. Hold steady.
And then, at first, you see these 2 points. And then the top of a forehead. And a giant snout and fangs. And then it gets to the top, and you can see on either side there are these like 2 hooks. And it stands and kind of pulls its head back and looks at you, and you realize it is this giant, gem-encrusted bat.
Nice!
Like 200-foot tall bat.
Father?
Opens its mouth. And like some of its teeth are gems, and some of them are teeth. Its eyes have that like, they've gone like almost white with like blindness thing. But then the more you look into the eyes, the more you see like points of light, like thousands of stars in their eyes.
Oh, wow. Fred, to answer your question, we just woke up a god, so... and Sean with, so it's a rapper. I mean, if it was, I'm glad we didn't try and belt out a tune. Oh. Emberlyn realizes, after probably what has only been a few seconds, but feels like years, that Emberlyn's not been breathing, so kind of goes, okay, composure. Great Shahada. 'Tis I. No, it's not I. Fuck. Shahada, give me 2 seconds. Oh god, I'm making it weird. Okay, Shahada! We are the court of the Queen of Embers. And we seek a counsel with you.
Everyone takes this, like after you bow, they go, oh yeah, bow.
Bow to the god!
It looks you over, and then there's this, like, you have to steady yourself as there's this massive intake of air as it takes a big... And then, like, just the stench of 1,000 corpses washes over you.
Oh!
Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Don't throw up. 12?
Actually, do I have character sheets for attacks? Try to. And no, I don't have one for Ember yet. Okay, everybody but Hex manages to keep it down, and Hex just goes, all right.
It's okay, little buddy. It's okay. Oh. No.
And then washing over you again, like overpoweringly loud, but in your mind, you hear the stench of fires upon you.
Friends, what the fuck do we say to that? That doesn't sound like a good thing. That sounds like a bad thing. You know what? We're just going to answer straight up. Indeed, I am the herald of the Queen of Embers.
You get this like wave of like amusement wash over you.
Oh no!
The Queen of Embers, is it?
Indeed. It was they who gave missive that we should wake... Oh, work, thank you for the follow. It is they who gave missive that we should wake yourself and your brethren. We've already spoken to... Chelsea, what was the name of Carl again?
Kamarta.
We have already spoken with Kamata, and after them we sort out yourself. Thank you, everybody.
Yes. I suppose it is fitting that she's the one waking everyone.
Forgive my mortal ignorance, but why would you say that? Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me.
Goddess of rebirth.
That actually does make sense, yes.
Well then, if I am to be awake, I suppose I should spread my wings. Would you care to join me?
I would love to. Although, this isn't going to destroy the islands, is it?
Far from it.
Okay. Because they're very lovely people up here.
Well then, spread your wings and follow me.
Oh, feck. We've just got to do leap of faith now, don't we? I turn to the rest of the team and go, okay, I will go first. If I die horribly, tell the Golden Wake that I hid a bunch of treasure somewhere, and everyone will spend the rest of their lives looking for it. And without that, I just step backwards off into the void.
Before you do that, he actually interrupts you and
Okay.
says, no, just you. You're the only one with wings.
Who's he pointing to?
You.
Fuck! Also, hey Thor. I already lost the game today, you bastard. We've been double hit. Okay. Well, friends, my missive still stands. If I die a horrible, velocity-flavoured death, just lie to all of the guild and tell them I hid a shit ton of treasure somewhere.
So this giant crystal-encrusted bat just, like, leaps backwards off into the void.
Alright. I'm just gonna, like, skippity-scoppity, let's go hoppity, just fucking wee!
Right. And we're gonna take a break right there because I have to pee.
Oh, come on! So,
I'll be right back.
So Thor, you decided to come on over here. Today you chose violence. You come into this D&D game on this, the day of my guinea pig's wedding, and lose the game. And to work, Watto and welcome. But Thor, how in the hot heck are you doing, friend? Over here, I'm still... Well, I don't know if I'm recovering from Friendsgiving or if I am just recovering from everything all at once. But today has been a challenge. Oh, okay, Thor's saying that they're finally awake during our timeline. This violence was foretold! Somehow this is Kisa's fault. I don't know how, but somehow this is Kisa's fault. I'm also slowly snacking on a plate of leftovers, and it's good. like I've been thankful that you've been doing the later streams because it means I get to see more of them. But it feels like you have become fully nocturnal, friend. Oh. Yeah, getting those good EU Australia folks. What do they call it in the Blackout Club? The darkest timeline. Was it the darkest time zone? I forget. Oh, both work. Oh, yeah. Over here, nothing massive or bombastic to report. Yeah, starting to make plans for actually possibly going to GDC next year. Touch wood. Boosters willing. All of my game dev stuff is very slowly starting to tick up again, but nothing to talk about or announce at the moment. Oh.
And now I'm muted. Okay.
All right.
Also, hey Thor.
I should get more water. I should get more water, but I want to know what happens. So.
No, go get more water.
All right. I'll be back in a sec.
I'm having another round made for anyway. So.
Oh, very nice. Okay, I'm just getting water. I leave you in Baron's care.
The worst idea ever. And then falls to the island and plunges into the ocean and then dies. Exactly. Once more, Baron controls the stream, and no one wants this. I guess I can do a quick recap. So, for those of you that are new to this, welcome to Memnol, where all of you and Will are controlling one character, one Emberlyn Burns, the Herald of the Queen of Embers, who is one of the old gods, who is attempting to wake all other old gods. Dies to be a shark specifically. So yeah, if you have any like ideas, suggestions, pithy one-liners, throw them in. Will likes them, or they make the most sense, or everyone communally agrees. That's what their character does. There's also somewhere pinned in the Dice and the Dice channel, there are two forums. One is a random location forum, and one is a random NPC forum. So whenever I need random locations like Tavern number 12 or Shop Owner number 57, I pull it from one of those lists. And so the thing that you made goes in the game. It won't be 100% exactly what you made, but it'll be most of it. But yeah. That's Memo. Also, these things over here are the hidden sub and bit goals. Whenever these hit numbers that only I know, things in world happen. I would like to fill them out, but brain bad. I know the feeling. Trust me, Lost Flowers, I know the feeling. Why do you think I'm offloading a bunch of my GM prep on you guys? That's just what you all guys have said. Much more gendered term than I would like. Still trying to break myself of saying y'all or saying y'all or you all instead of guys or things like that.
Spooky ghosts? Spooky ghosts.
Spooky ghosts.
So who was that? J-Post, Lyris, and Spooky Ghosts. Oh. Yeah, like...
I was just giving them a quick rundown of what Mental is for anybody that's new.
Oh, thank you, dude. And as I'm sure you heard, like, oh boy, I'm feeling green around the gills today. Not enough to stop play, but that's why I keep going and getting water. I'm just sipping on it. I got a little plate of leftovers, which is fucking delicious, but is taking far longer to eat than it should, if you know what I mean.
Fair.
It's alright, I did this to me. Okay. I'm ready if you're ready.
Are we ready? Sure, ready? Are you sure, Will?
No, I'm entirely not sure. But much like leaping off a cliff backwards to follow a gigantic gem-encrusted bat, sometimes you just gotta, apparently.
Yeah, why
Now,
not?
I don't think that we're about to die horribly splattered on some rocks, but if we did, I love the idea that we started Season 2's version of One Piece by declaring that there's a huge pile of gold hidden somewhere on an island. We started the new age of piracy, but instead of boats, it's flying boats.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's switch up this playlist a tiny bit. So, you follow this giant bat with gems, like with crystals sticking out of its back, that just dove off into the darkness. You just faith drop over the edge.
Yep.
And you begin falling, and you start to kind of do that controlled, like, orient yourself, skydiving like thing. And you see it falling before you, and you now realize this thing is, like, you knew it was big, but yeah, this is like a 200-foot tall bat. And as it's plummeting, you come out the bottom of the central island. You're not even sure where. Like, if you look over your shoulder, you don't even see like a hole that you came from. You just appear out of the bottom of the island. And as you're falling down below you, as it approaches the water, it unfurls its wings in this massive span. Like, it's, if it's 200 feet tall, its wingspan is probably 1,000 feet across. It's huge. And like, just it unfurling its wings makes this massive, it's almost deafening. And it begins to fly north.
Okay. Am I still falling? Okay.
You're falling.
Okay. Focus on the wings. Focus on the wings. Focus on the wings. Wingspan. Go, wing, go. Flappity, go now, please. Wingspan, go, please.
And then in your mind, Shihara says to you, fly! And suddenly these massive spectral wings appear out of your back along with a shockwave, and you like just barely pull up before you crash into the water.
Feckin' wee! With equal measure, fear and exhilaration. Feckin' wee!
Yeah, so you're skimming, like your face is inches from the water, and like you look left and right, and yeah, you have these two massive, not quite bat, but like, actually, roll a nature check for you, or for me.
5. They're wings, I guess.
Yeah, you're two just like, oh god, I have spectral wings, what the fuck?
Okay, friends, I know what to do. Through the fear, I have the wherewithal to cast.
It's a bird. It's a skyship. It's Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers.
Feck yeah, it is! I cast Produce Flame in my hands, as to give a fiery trail screaming past.
Alright. So yeah, you fiery trail and then eventually like pull up and try to follow where Shihada's going.
God.
And yeah, you like realize, hey, you're going way faster than you thought you possibly could, and also you're like keeping pace with them.
Oh wow.
You're not sure if this is some part of their magic or this is just you can do this. You don't know. But as it's flying, it opens its mouth and you can just barely hear, but you hear the like shrieking as it does like echolocation out across the water.
Okay.
And yeah, like it kind of like slows and lets you like catch up, so you're like right next to it. And then it shrieks again, and then it adjusts course a little bit.
Tell me, is it always this much fun?
You just get this wave of like amusement that washes over you, and the voice just says, "It gets better." We have only begun to hunt.
Ooh. Ah. Lead the way, dear God. Lead the way.
It takes you a while, but eventually it seems to like lock onto something and starts heading like northeast. And then you see it in the distance. It's a speck at first, but it starts getting larger and larger. It's one of those flying leviathans.
Oh, goody.
And as you're flying towards it, it does one final like shriek to echolocate again. And then it like its wings kind of change and suddenly the flying goes silent.
Yeah, oh, we hunting dragons.
And as it's approaching, you see this massive like flying serpent, very similar to the one that you helped rescue the malediction from. Is just like kind of casually going through the air, and silently, Shihada just grabs it in their mouth and like twists and then launches it up into the air, flies up, grabs it with its back legs, and snaps its neck.
Damn, that's awesome.
Throws it up again, and then like grabs it in its mouth and starts like shaking it, and then starts flying again. You follow it for a while, and then eventually you notice like the water is starting to fade to blackness, and everything around you is starting to fade to blackness. And that's when you realize you're in some kind of massive cavern. Just huge stalactites and stalagmites everywhere. You see water dripping, and the overwhelming smell of like minerals and sediment and like moss starts washing over you. Eventually, Shihada flies up and like grabs onto the ceiling and begins like tearing into this thing that it just caught.
I'll head on up and try and find a smaller one that I can just hang to, like a.
Yeah.
I'm okay here.
Yeah, so you fly up and you're like, this one here, and then your wings just like dissipate, and you just like, oh god, and grab on, like scramble and grab.
Oh, good.
And yeah, you just hear the echoing sounds of like ripping and tearing flesh and crunching bone as it eats this thing.
Oh, goody. How's your breakfast?
Yes, I haven't eaten in thousands of years. This is needed.
And I'm there, like Rincewind style, gripping onto this stalactite, like, cool.
Yeah.
Great.
Also, it is drink time, so drink. Corpse Survivor number 666.
For when you absolutely positively have to revive a fucking corpse.
Alright, so. But yes, this is just Lucifer's version of the Corpse Survivor.
Dorcas makes a good point. Compared to Toothy, this is pretty tame. At least this is natural. And you know what, friends? I regret not trying to fly ahead and show off in front of the god, but I was too busy just being like, "Feckin' wee!" with the wings.
After a while, you see it like slither up the last bit of the tail, and little godly burp.
Oh.
And then it turns and like looks at you and just hanging upside down, staring at you as you're like clung to this pillar.
I'm just like, I don't mean to sound rude, but are you gonna make like the islands change or move or anything? Your brethren caused a lot, and I mean a lot of tree growth, and I'm just. I mean, it doesn't matter, I guess. Just wonder if I should have given my friends a heads up.
No. But I am going to wake the night.
I attempt to thumbs up and then slip a little bit and then re-grab.
Yeah. At that, it turns away from you, like looking back further into the cave, and just lets out Like before, they were like the high-pitched sonic, you know, echolocating screams, but this one is just a guttural, deep, deafening roar that echoes back, somehow even more deafening from the cave that you're looking into.
And there's nothing else to be seen. I can't see any movement out there.
You see a glint of eyes. And then 2, 4, 10, and then 20, and thousands of eyes. And you just see, like, what you thought was darkness and shadow, you see begin to move. And you realize it is millions of creatures in this cave.
Bat friends!
It turns its head back to you and says, "It is good to be awake again. It is good to hunt the night. Tell your queen I approve of her plan."
I shall. And while I am currently terrified beyond measure, thank you for the flying. That is an experience I will never forget.
It cocks its head at you curiously. Huh. Truly don't remember, do you?
Not a darn thing.
Well, then I will send you back to your friends, and it extends its wings out and just flaps at you, and you get blown off the pillar.
Elmbelin's scream is not gracious, and it is not calm. It is a panicked scream of high spinning tiefling.
Yeah. And you're just flying through absolute pitch blackness, and then suddenly you see it's flipping in front of you because you're tumbling. A tiny glimpse of light, and as you get closer, you realize it's Sharsu's hammer, and you just slam back onto the cliff ledge. And like you do the roll and stop and boom.
I lie on the ground for longer than is needed until the world stops spinning, and then just go. Shaky thumbs up. God's awake.
And Tui's like, oh, okay, cool. And goes over and starts to help try to get you up.
Yeah, it worked. That was definitely a bye.
Yeah.
Putting the fling in tiefling.
So you get up and Hex starts brushing the dirt off of you.
Turns out flying is awesome. But very scary.
I was like, I'm sorry, you can fly?
Shrugs while still on the ground. I dust myself off. Also, you remember the Leviathan with the pirates and the yeah. That bat just ate one.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. He was big enough to.
Yup. Somehow, still not as disturbing as Toothy. No offense, Toothy, you're awesome, but oh boy, you can make a body disappear like nobody's business. I feel like I need 1,000 booze.
And Hexus goes, I would second this. This is only my second Elder God encounter, and I very much need a drink.
That shaky thumbs up.
Amber's like, yep. And you look for Sharsu, who's already drinking out of his keg.
One of us is prepared, at least. Oh. He said he approves of my queen's plan. So apparently I guess the wake everybody up plan's getting approval. Yeah, I stop a second and then point to Hex and go, you're right, that was only our second Elder God encounter. There's going to be more. Oh god, there's going to be more. Oh god. 2 million booze.
So do you make your way back up?
Shakily, like barely 1 foot in front of the other level, but we make our way back up.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
I can. $14.
All right. So as you're walking up this incline, and it's a little rough because it's a pretty steep incline.
Yeah.
But at some point you stop and you look behind you, and you notice it's just a dead end.
Huh.
And actually, every time you look back at you, the dead end is the same distance behind you.
Huh. Well, every fiber of my being says go poke it. I'm gonna not. You know what? We've survived Godbat. Let's just keep going. Oh, yeah. No, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna keep heading back up. I'm gonna go ask that lady, but... Oh.
So yeah, you finally start to see above you a tiny point of light, and you realize that it's the old lady with her little lantern.
Hello. Oh. As we get closer to it, I'm just be like, didn't say how big they'd be. Oh. Oh boy.
Yes, he is quite large.
He ate a leviathan.
That sounds about right.
Like someone eating a fish out of a river. But a leviathan.
Yes. How do you think the leviathans were kept in check before?
Now I know. Oh, as I totter up shakily as all hell through the doorway, I'm like, you never did tell me what he was the god of.
He's the god of the night.
That makes sense. Hey, so along with him waking up, a bunch of other things did too. Please tell me I haven't just done a bad.
Well, no, he needs his horde to help him hunt.
Okay.
Although the nights will get more turbulent, let's say.
Oh.
Active.
Active. Let's go with active. Okay. Oh. On the plus side, he approves of my queen's plan, so that's good. Also, I don't know, he could give people the power of flight, which is awesome. Oh.
I don't think he actually can.
Wait. But how did I do the flying thing?
She just shrugs.
I look at Chaosu and the rest like, how did you flying?
They all just shrug.
Okay, as 1,000 synapses are firing in Emberlin's brain, it's like... I mean, Dorcas and everyone's saying that they don't think that the old god gave us the power of flight. Yeah, he said you already had wings, you just needed a push. Crap. You know what that means, friends? I'm gonna have to feckin' free dive.
T was Red Bull.
Red Bull gives you wings! What's wrong? Yeah, we'll just jump off the side of the island and see. I mean, we'll just land in water. Water's nice and soft, right? Nice and soft. Oh, lordy. Yeah, and that was how Emberlin died horribly.
2 sharks.
Must be one
The
weight
fall
in
breaks
there.
your back, and then you can't outswim the sharks.
Yeah, actually, Wraith, that's not a bad shout. That the bungee harness might be a good way to test it. So what were we before that we had wings? I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but still. Oh. Okay. So, turning to the little old fur blog. thank you so much for your help. I guess the god of the night is awake. I don't know who needs to know about this. And I guess you're right, things are going to get very interesting in the evenings. But...
Situated. Now, excuse me. She pats a very full-looking pouch on her waist. She goes, I need to go recruit some of those folks outside to help me rebuild this temple.
Well... And you know what? Out of my purse, I take one of the platinum coins, and I press it into her hand. And I don't know how far this will go, but I find people are far more motivated with money when it comes to these things.
Thank you very much, dear. It is appreciated. And she slips it into the pouch she just patted.
Oh. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take the rest of my money and turn it into alcohol and then pour it into my system.
Yes. But have fun with that, dear.
I shall. Oh. And on the shakiest legs you've ever seen on a tiefling, I totter out of the hut.
Yeah, I think actually, like, 2 steps out of the hut, Sharsu and Amber, like, come up beside you and, like, put your arms over their, like, shoulders and, like, okay.
Thank you. That kind of where my feet are moving, but they're not doing a lot.
They're not doing anything.
Oh.
So you're making your way back to the Golden Wake?
I think so, yeah.
Alright.
Is there anything different about the night as we're heading back?
You think you see things, like, flitting above your head? Like, you don't even hear anything moving necessarily, you just hear kind of the rushing of wind, and occasionally you see, like, the stars get blacked out for a half a second.
I don't say anything, I just look at it and go, huh. I am so sorry, that caught me right off guard. Satan. That caught me right off guard.
How tall are you compared to those two? Amber's about your same height. Sharsu's a little shorter than you, but he's a tank, so it's easy to lean on him.
Oh. Whew. I might need to take a quick break while we're heading back to the Golden Wake, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry about this, friends.
No worries.
I'll be back in just a...
Hello, chat. Once more, you're mine. Wahaha. Yeah, stretch time, everybody. Arms up. Side. Side. Yeah, unfortunately, Emberlyn is actually a decently tall human being. Well, tiefling, whatever. Humanoid. Ortiz, what I hope, welcome. Fair point, Lizzie, fair point. But yeah. Hope y'all are enjoying Memno. I guess quick shout out to Shrieker for doing the opening cinematic. Death Metal Kyle or Kyle Sevenoaks for doing the music for that. And then Music D20 on Patreon for all the music we've been playing throughout the campaign. So go give them a check out. Music D20 is great because as long as you're subscribed to their Patreon, you can use their music in your D&D campaigns on Twitch, YouTube, podcast, whatever. They just ask that you credit them. So this is me crediting them. Watch them. Do the wave to keep your arms limber. That's as limber as I get. I wonder how many hype train emotes I have at this point, because I feel like they just keep adding new ones. Pride ones. I'm sorry, there's Hindsight's 2020 emotes? Really? Wow, I've got a lot of hype train emotes. Thanks. What happens if you get all the emotes? I've actually, like, when I first started that, I actually did have all of the hype train emotes, and, like, you just stop earning new ones. Which is the thing why they kept adding new ones, because people were annoyed with that. So, like, but I want my emotes. Let's be honest, that's basically what powers most of Twitch, is just emotes. I mean, Admiral Barber's got, like, what, 3 partner channels now? Just so we can have more emotes. I wonder, has TwitchCon ever had an emote keynote? Not an emote keynote, but each of the theaters of TwitchCon is always named after an emote. Like, the panel that I moderated was technically the Cool Cat Theater. Are there any races you need more NPCs for, or location types? Yes. Actually, we have a weirdly, like, we've got really hyper focused on, like, a couple of the races. And we have, like, more, a lot of bars, a lot of inns, or sorry, taverns, bars, and a lot of inns. And no, not a lot of other specialty things. And then, ow, God, Whisper. How are you so bad at being a cat? Let's see, we have, wow, there's one Arrancar, one Asimar, a few Dragonborn, a couple Dwarf, a couple Elf, a couple Furbolgs, a couple Gnomes, 2 Goliath, quite a few Half-Elves, quite a few Half-Orcs, a couple humans, or Halflings, bunch of humans, like tons of humans, quite a few Kenku, a couple of Kobold, actually a bunch of Tabaxi. I think that's because I had a call for Tabaxi at some point. 2 Tieflings, a couple Turtles, and a couple Tritons. So yes, just yes. Just give me more things.
Moon was haunted.
Oof. Okay.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm good to. It was just, it caught me. You're all terrors! It was whatever, that cough just caught me off guard, and suddenly I was like, I have to go be violently sick now. So I was.
Fair enough.
I did this to me. I did this to me. So I have extra water. Friendos, I'm so sorry for the interruption there. And apparently I'm not allowed to know about the thing that you said during the break.
What thing?
Oh. Yeah, exactly. What thing? God, silly me. Oh. Drinking's bad, kids. Drinking's bad. Dorcas says that had nothing to do with sharks or bit goals. See, the thing is, I know you, Dorcas. You could be meta messing with me there, or telling me straight up. It could be both, or neither. Oh.
Present 1 unit of dog. Let's be honest, this is not a cat, this is a dog.
The fact that you can hold Whisper in such a manner as to wield them is very impressive.
He's purring too. Like, he doesn't care. He loves it.
Let's just say thematically that the flight lesson plus the tea did a number on Emberlyn. Let's call it that. Oh no! Lizzie says they can tell me for a fact they haven't been planning things with Fred and Orchestral. Ah yes, the long arm hold of cats. Special move. But yeah, when you can wield them thusly. Oh. Vanderbeest, I have no idea. I haven't felt hungover today, but who knows? Human bodies are weird.
Yeah.
Oh. Secret Discord has not been doing any scheming lately. Well, I wouldn't know. I don't get to see it.
Because there is no secret Discord.
Exactly. Oh. Oh, and Ortrazini's asking, the thing on Ortrazini's island that they're talking about, it's a shark in a tank. Like a big metal bathtub with, you guessed it, a shark in it. Oh, but they do also have a giant robot on their island, so, you know, come see, come ça. Oh. I am a class act. Alright. Where in the hot piss were we?
You're being dragged back to the Golden Wake by your companions.
Yes, which both IC and OC seems very appropriate. Okay. Oh. Okay. So, okay, let me get my personal and narrative bearings. So, we've woken 2 of the old gods.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't remember if we asked specifically how many they are. I don't know if that's something that we know.
You have not.
But it's definitely going to be more than 2. And I feel like when we hit Tainlu, that's going to be... I mean, we're going to be in the Underdark. That's going to be a whole adventure. So I wonder if we should focus on the old gods now, or if we should half in, half out. Like, should we hit one of the Tainlu entrances? Oh. Oh. I'm just going to make pain noises at you all. I'm sorry. Oh. Oh. Oh, Dorcia says, how many aspects of existence are there? Oh. Perhaps when we've recovered, it might not be a bad idea to go see the old lady from this evening and see if she'll talk to us about the rest of the Pantheon. I mean, Lyris, that's not a bad shout. We could see if there's gods to awaken on the way between here and the entrance to Tainlu. Because we're going to go to the Dwarven City, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
I would be okay with going past Ferandrith. Is he having a timeout?
No. Okay. Just squeaking and being weird.
Aww.
Yeah.
Little Pippin, King of Mechs, has been a little off the last couple of days, so he's getting extra love. Sorry. And focus. Hey, Try, how you doing?
Yes, Everybody follow Shraiku. She's fantastic.
Yes, I will second that. In fact, I just moved my varying ill-gotten gains out of the way. I even can do this. Both. Oh. No one knows how cool I am. Oh. But when you return, Shry, when you return. Okay. So, Dorcas is suggesting doing some guild missions to buy some cash. You know what? A guild mission wouldn't be a bad shout. We haven't just gone and fucking killed something for cash in a while. This is Moon Haunting Night Music 07. Yeah,
Technically, this is the space playlist.
Yeah, Stepagen, you're right. We got levels. We might not feckin' die. All right. So that is our plans, dear Baron. We're going to head back to the Golden K. We're going to drink heavily after being yoked around by a great big bat, and then look into doing some missions in the morrow.
Huh?
Oh, excuse me. Oh, that was the bad burp. Oh.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. Alright, so you make your way back to the Golden Wake. Presumably order several drinks and drink away the night trying to forget what you just saw.
Oh. But still, like, that feeling of the unfurling wings and the snap across the water, of having the sense to get the flamey hands going to leave like a fiery trail.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't all horrifying and, existential dready. Which
But it was an evening.
It was a whole evening. Yeah, Lyris, I think you're right. I mean, that's if we can get a mission that has us like trundling out on boat, we can give it a shot. Sorry, Lyris is suggesting we should try the wings again, especially when we've got the magical bungee cord on. Oh. And Dorcas, that's not a bad shout. Like, if Idrith was doing research here, it might be interesting to find out what she was researching. It might be hard to trace her trail of research because it has been 5 years. Good at math, 30 years. But it's not a bad shout. Ooh. Yeah, so that's what we'll be doing. Sorry.
All right, so you're just drinking for the night and then heading to bed?
Yes.
All right. So you spend the rest of the evening uneventfully. The wake's a little more rowdy than it normally is. It seems like a bunch of parties came back, and so they're all celebrating.
Okay.
But other than that, you spend the rest of the night uneventfully. You go to bed, everyone, bids each other good night. You have a decent night's sleep. I presume you just collapse into your bed.
Oh yeah, barely armor off, like only just.
And then you wake up the next morning, probably pretty late. Seems like the sun's pretty far up at this point. It's so late. It's probably like 9-10 o'clock in the morning. What's the plan?
You know what? Evelyn's gonna take a little bit of the morning before heading downstairs. Just go over the notes and tome again. Like, look over everything. Kind of. I know this seems a weird one, but become like reacquainted with like the great big axe and everything, because it feels like we've been moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour. It's been a long time since Emberlyn took the time to read over the myriad of information they've acquired.
Mhm.
And it also lets the morning start nice and slow. Having pored over their tome and other objects, we head downstairs for a spot of tea and see the status of the rest of our party.
Alright. So you open the door and step on in and close the door behind you, and you're not in the hallway.
After about 2 seconds, Emberlyn looks left, looks right, and then goes, "Oh, come on!"
You take a few more steps in, and you realize that you're in the god chamber.
Oh, I haven't even had a beverage yet. Oh, okay. Game face on. And I step on forward. Who's there?
Standing with her hands clasped behind her back, facing away from you. You're pretty sure it's Orifel.
Oh. And a good morning to you! What can I do on this most decaffeinated of mornings?
This music is not appropriate. She slowly turns and looks at you. And again, she's like really tall compared to you. Robed in blue. Her eyes are currently veiled. She has white hair and kind of pale blue skin. And she gives off this aura of being both eternally young and ancient
Okay.
at the same time. And she turns and goes, "Been waiting for you."
Yeah, sorry, it was a night, let me tell you.
She takes a few steps towards you, and as she does, she kind of shrinks down to like a lot closer to your height, like with
Okay.
each step. And she begins slowly circling you.
Oh, good.
She goes, "You have been doing quite a few things. Things that have set into motion events that cannot be altered."
I do as my queen bade.
Out of curiosity, are you like watching her as she does this, or are you just letting her circle you?
I'm just gonna let her circle. Like, Emberlyn is decaffeinated, having had a hard night of both flying and alcohol. Emberlyn is attempting smiles blazing through a veil of this is too early in the morning for this shit.
Fair. As she comes around the other side, it's not her. It's Alphas, Keeper of the Seas, aka the Goddess of Tempest.
Oh, good.
Just... The thing that you seem to not comprehend is that you have not started a war, but in fact two, on varying fronts.
Would you care to enlighten me?
You blink and suddenly, it is, what's her name? Silic, the Herald of Pain, or the Goddess of War.
Okay. Like, blink. Oh, okay. We're doing this.
She stops circling and leans in and goes, "You see, you are of the mortal realm, and thus inherently trust people, and the art of war is that of deception." You blink and it's Jaffa. "And anytime you talk to one of us, you just assume we are who we say we are." And you blink again, and it is Amon, the warden of trees, with the god of nature. You never once questioned who we are, asked to see even a display of our power. You just took what we said as fact. You blink again, and now it's Dial, the Empress of Healing. But I suppose you were quite young when you died the first time, so naivety is to be expected.
Yeah, Kisa, gonna go ahead and say probably.
She goes, well then, allow me to properly introduce myself. She raises her hands and she changes into a god you have not yet seen. It is femme presenting, garbed in almost like gestures clothes, like very flamboyant, very like actually as you're watching the coat like flow out behind her, it seems to almost change as she moves. She has just this devilish smirk on her face. She goes, allow me to introduce myself. I am Doubtful, the Lady of Trickery.
I was wondering when you'd show up. Well, lovely to meet you. Emberlyn Burns, Herald of the Queen of Embers. Or at least I assume it's lovely to meet you.
Oh, we've met numerous times. Actually, other than your queen and the other elder gods that you've wakened now, I'm the only one you've spoken to.
Huh. Wait, what about death?
Me. She begins slowly circling you again.
What about the lower lords? Well, lower lord.
Me.
What about the tree guy on the island?
No, that was him.
Yeah, not all you.
Any of the deities you've spoken to. But that's semantics. I'm the only one who was able to whisper in your ear without your queen noticing. Without raising a ripple in the pond that would disrupt her precious listening.
Well,
but now you have done what I needed you to.
I assume waken the old gods or disrupt something.
You have managed to start a war on your world amongst the mortals, and you've started a war amongst the gods. And if there's anything that I do love, it's a war among which I can play tricks and gain power.
Okay. You'll have to forgive me as I'm decaffeinated, You've explained the trick is taking place, but I mean you've gotta give the prestige of a good trick.
Oh, of course. And she gestures down the floor and kind of waves her hand, and you get this like top-down view of the world. She goes, now, this over here, this is the Emerald Shield. They're currently on a bit of a crusade to conquer the world, since all of the gods have gone silent, so they figure they must put the world at right, so that the gods will speak to them again. Over here, you have the Dogs of War, who are now raised and have a leader and are trying to fight back. You have the various nations trying to butt back against both parties. And now, my kin and the old gods will begin fighting as well. Both here, and she kind of gestures to the room, and down there.
So I guess my next question is, where does my Queen of Embers sit on this board of yours?
Oh, she will be dealt with when the time comes. But for the moment, she is playing her part.
Wait a second. When my queen was when my queen was present and we spoke to Aurifel, was that you as well?
It was.
That was very cruel.
Sometimes we must play cruel tricks to get the proper results. I am the goddess of trickery, not the goddess of mercy.
So that's to say that you've played rather a cruel trick on me, then.
I mean, your entire existence is a bit of a trick.
So wait, you're saying that all of this started down here in Ferandrith, and I point down to the map on the ground that she's made.
Yes. Having you go and see the High Priest put doubts in the minds of some of his followers. The High Priest talking to a lowly tiefling.
But what about this point here? And I point to a dot just off the map near Thorandorith. What about that point there?
Oh, that is just where your queen decided to start you.
Okay. And I point to a completely nonsense point on the map where nothing's at and go, but what about there?
She looks and goes, oh, you haven't quite gotten that far yet, and actually you won't, but someone will.
Ah, okay. Friends, I want to do something brazen. I want to do something... I want to take a swing with the axe. Yeah. So you're saying that this point down here is a place I haven't visited yet, but will?
Well, you won't. Someone will, and we'll kick up things there. And she actually, waves her hand and it zooms in, and there's a tiny little floating island there that you've never noticed.
Huh. As she is gesturing to the tiny floating island, I want to take a swing with the God Killer. I'm going straight for the neck.
Go ahead and roll an attack roll.
Okay, and that's just with the battle axe.
Yep.
13 to hit.
So you go to swing, and it just passes through her. And you hear behind you a slight chuckle. A valiant attempt, but clearly my forte is not showing my hand or where I truly am. As she steps back into your vision.
Blame a person for trying. I do not resheath the axe, though. That's just going on the shoulder now. So, now you've had your fun, had your trickery. What is your next play? What is your next performance?
Well, you are a pawn that has served its purpose. And she pulls out this small, 2-inch diameter, crystal sphere. So, I believe I will be taking you off the board.
All right, friends, I'm trying to think what we've got here. Okay. Here's what I'd like to attempt. I'd like to attempt Smoky Step. About 20. I forget what the distance is again. Yeah, I want to.
20 feet.
Well, 30, but we only need about 20. I'm going to try and blink back, and grasping the medallion of my queen, I offer up a prayer to the Queen of Embers. Grant me your strength in this time. That's what I want to attempt to do. So, blink, pray.
Okay. So you're blinking away from her?
Yes, so blinking 20 feet backwards.
All right. So you blink away. She kind of turns her head to watch you blink. And then you grasp your pendant and you kneel and you... What is exactly you say?
Queen of Embers, grant me your strength in this time of need. Let me strike down the foe you did not know. Ah, cool, I rhymed there.
You feel a hand on the back of your armor, and the goddess of trickery just lifts you up.
Peace.
Yes. That's cute, but she can't hear you here. Now then. And she waves her hand, and the map disappears, and just this pit of black. She goes, "Up you go," and just chucks you in.
And as I fall into there, I yell, "One day I'm gonna piss on your hat!"
You're falling for a bit, and then eventually you just good into the ground.
Oh!
It's stone. That really hurt. You roll over. And you look around. And she's there again. She goes, "Welcome to my personal prison."
I just keep lying on my back going, I said what I meant, and I meant what I said. I will ruin
Fair
that
enough.
hurt.
Well, good luck getting out of the labyrinth. But if you excuse me, I have godly things to attend to. So have fun in there. And she just steps into the shadow and is apparently gone.
And also, your hat is dumb and stupid. Oh, why couldn't I think of a better insult? Everything hurts and I'm dying. I should have ordered room service. Alright. With an aching back, I lift myself up onto a sitting position and I look around. Where in the feck am I?
You're in a square stone room. There's a torch on like left and right walls, and then on the front and back walls, there's identical doors.
Alright. I pat down my pockets. Have I got everything that I would usually have with me?
Yep, everything that wasn't stored on the ship you have on you.
Okay.
So, axe, pistol, comb, money, pocket sand.
Pocket sand. I should have used... Actually, people did say try the pocket sand, but there will be a time. Okay.
I don't know, pocket sanding the goddess of trickery is a specific flex.
But if it had worked, yes. If it had failed, it would have been like the saddest maneuver of all time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Wraith, we are absolutely keeping that promise. Okay, so taking the once magical chalk, now regular chalk, I head over to one of the flat walls and write, Emberlyn Burns was ear. Okay.
Alright.
2 direct doors. Alright. Yeah, literally was ear. Okay. Let's head through the right door.
Alright, so you go on up, and you just open the door.
Yep.
Alright, on the outside of the door, it appears to be an island that is floating in just infinite black. In the middle of it, there is a statue with like a hand outstretched. Looks like there's a plaque underneath it, but you're too far away to read. And then beyond it, you can just barely make out there's another door.
Okay. I step back through the door and close it, and then go to the other door and open it and have a look.
What? You open that door, and it's a like 50 by 50 room, plain stone, much like this one. But on the far door, which is a much larger, like sturdier looking door, there is a gilded, looks like a beholder head.
Okay.
But on each of the eye stalks, there's a skull.
Oh,
a human
goody! Okay, friendos, group choice. Beholder Skull Room or Floaty Island Room? I'll be honest, I'm thinking Floaty Island Room. Go shake hands with the statue, make some friends. I can't believe we've been fucking played. Sorry, it's just kind of sinking in. Like... I mean, there's some of it that makes sense. Some of it that she might just... Dalphia might be just messing with this. Because why would she ask us as the... Oh, okay. Actually, now it makes sense. Like, the Goddess of Storm was wanting to kill her ex, even though her ex has been made... Her ex was made immortal by her. That makes sense. Wraith says, try rings if they work in the Floaty Island Room. If not, Beholder Room. Yeah. Moose, you're right. We got told directly that we'd only met 2 gods. the goddess of trickery, and our god. God, I can't believe we've been played. Seriously. I just love the idea that in all the chaos and confusion, the "I'll pee in your hat" was the only insult Emberlyn could think of. Yeah, we're certainly not ready to fight a beholder by ourselves. Alright. We head through into the island room.
Alright, so you go back over and you reopen that door, and it's a different room.
Fuck! Alright, what is it now?
It's a cozy looking study. Along the one wall, there's a tall bookcase filled with books and scrolls and a roll-top desk. Along the right wall, there's a fireplace and some large armchairs curled up on the rug in front of the fireplace. There's a small reptilian thing.
Shit, yeah. Let's go make some friends.
All right.
So-
It's also drink time, so drink. Sorry, this is the Kaisan.
The Kaisan. I would have called it a Cassian.
Yeah. Drink time. Okay. Also, technically, this type of glass is called a gin goblet.
Oh, or a joblet as it's known in this household. Okay. So, heading on in, taking a moment to see the snoozing lizard go, "Excuse me, I'm terribly sorry, we've kind of been stranded here. Do you mind if we come on through?"
It kind of goes, "Oh," and like sticks its head up. And yeah, it's a little, it's just like a dragon, but like cat-sized.
Okay.
It kind of stands up and does the like, oh, stretchy stretch.
Oh, big stretch. Okay, we've got to go over and pet the dragon. So calmly, I head on over to go say hello, and I do like I offer it my hand so it can get a little smell before we say hello.
Yeah, it like backs up a bit, and then like little sniff, like oh, and kind of like settles back in, like just kind of observes you.
Okay. It's a little nervy, so let's not quite pet the dragon so much. Okay. Heck. So to recount, huge bookshelf, comfy chair by fire.
There's
All
a
right.
top desk, and then there's still 2 doors.
Okay. All right, let's go have a look at the desk.
Okay.
What role would you like for that one?
So you go to the desk, and you go to like the roll top thing is down, and you go to open it, and it is locked.
Can I tell what kind of lock it is?
There's a single keyhole in the front.
Okay. Are there any distinguishing marks on the table? All right, friends, we're in puzzle time.
No, each of the there's 4 drawers on the top over the roll top. Each has a keyhole, and then like a pretty normal desk. There's like 2 small drawers and 2 larger drawers on each side, and then like 1 long skinny drawer in the middle.
Okay.
And each of them have keyholes.
Okay. And yeah, Kisa, I turn to the little dragon and go, "It is lovely to meet you. You know, my friend Hex would absolutely love to meet you. If we weren't trapped in this pocket hell dimension, or wherever, this labyrinthian hell prison, well, that seems quite nice in here." Okay, I'm going to head over to inspect the shelf, give the books a little bit of a move, see if anything rattles loose.
Okay, go ahead and do a investigation roll for me.
6.
6. It looks like a bunch of really old tomes with a 6. Basically, all you get is like, they all seem to be various magic research books. Like, the thesis of Dionysus the cryomancer, and like the musings of blah blah. Like, it's just like this shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's a bunch of people's personal doctoral theses, basically.
Okay. Peebles. We head on over to the fireplace and sit in the comfy chair and just ponder.
For the record, it's an incredibly comfy chair.
Oh. This whole time, Every time we've not been talking to our goddess, we've been played. I mean, do we even know if it was the Archangel of Embers that caused the trouble with the priest? Like, the whole time we thought that guy was a jerkbot, but maybe he's just been fine. I mean, we've awoken the old gods, which was definitely as required, but it seems that they weren't it. Oh. And turning to the baby dragon, the cat dragon as we're now calling it, turning to the cat dragon, I'm like, so what do you think? Played, betrayed, stuck here. What do you reckon we should do?
Just kind of cocks its head at you and makes this little like brrr sound at you, like kind of a curious like.
No, that is an interesting point, cat dragon. We should probably work our way through here. Although we're dealing with a trickster god, so the amount of time we'll spend faffing about here will be lengthy.
Can you roll a perception check for me?
Yeah, sure. 10. I can't roll for shit.
Yeah, it's fairly obvious. You hear a very tiny like tummy rumble.
Is it coming from the cat dragon?
Yes.
Okay. I look at it and I'm like, all right, let's see if we've got anything left. Oh, darn it. All the things it could eat are back on the ship. I look at it with a genuine sadness and go, I'm sorry, little friends. When we got thrown in here, I didn't think we had any food. We didn't think to bring any food with us. Have you got any food around here? Is there a food bowl for you?
They actually roll a perception check.
13?
You're pretty sure they nodded?
Huh. Okay. All right. So I'm going to start exploring the room with a fine tooth comb. See if I can find like a food bowl or stash for him.
Okay. Give me an investigation check.
7. Man, that fall has fucked us up.
So it just takes you like a while of like scouring the room, like, and mostly because you're like trying to like force the desk open, but it's pretty firmly latched. You cover the bookshelf. You even like lift up the cushions on the chair to see if there's like a cracker stuck in there somewhere. And eventually you realize you totally missed. There's just a box sitting on the mantle of the fireplace. Just like 45 minutes of this, and then you're finally like, oh wait, there's a box right here.
Gotta give first. I hold it and I give it a little shake to see if the cat dragon reacts.
Yeah, you see it kind of like perk up, like take a couple small steps towards you, and then sits back down. It does the like curls its tail around its front legs, like.
Oh, okay. You wouldn't happen to know where the key to the desk is, would you? I mean,
it gives you a small nod.
Do you want to trade treaties for keys?
Kind of squints at you, and you get this like wave of like suspicious, like not quite trusting you, like wave of emotion wash over you.
Okay. Hey, look, I'm on the level. Okay, so opening up, what's in there? Is it just like a bunch of?
It's like a bunch of sweets, like Turkish delights and like old timey sweets.
Don't feel bad. We have all lost something hidden in plain sight, right?
Yeah. Though not checking the mantelpiece is peak kind of Emberlin energy. So like, okay, I'll give you the food first, but I'll take you on your cat dragon word that you'll pass us the key. How about that?
Still kind of like suspicious.
Okay. So I take a couple out and I offer them open palm.
Yeah. It kind of cautiously like steps towards you and reaches up and grabs one, like backs up. And takes another step forward, grabs the other one, does the same, like very cautious, like, oh no, it's mine.
Okay. See? I'm a tiefling of my word.
It kind of looks at you and starts backing towards the fire,
Okay.
and then it turns and it just slithers underneath the it's got one of those metal grates and it's holding logs.
Yeah.
And it slithers underneath there and is gone for a minute.
Okay.
And after a moment, it comes back out carrying a single key in its little mouth.
Aww.
And
Thank
it
you.
sets it on the rug and then flutters and then sits up on the mantle.
Thank you, Tony Friendo. Do you want another treat? Do you want another treat? Yeah, you do. I know it. I present another one to them.
It eyes you suspiciously, and then it does a little it takes off and spreads its little dragon wings and flies around and snatches it out of your hand and then goes back and sits on the mantle and is
It's sorry. River decided that she desperately needed to come in and check on me there. I like to think that she was a little jealous.
probably.
Okay, so taking the key, I'm gonna go try it on the little table desk.
All right. So yeah, you try the top drawers and it's not any of those, but then you try it on the roll top and it clicks, and then take the key out and then roll top slides open.
Okay.
There's a couple little cubby holes and a couple other drawers in here. Seems like somebody's journal, and then a couple of vials of liquid that are in a little stand, a small alchemy kit basically. With some seems like finished product there.
Okay. Let's have a look in the journal first. Information is always useful.
Yeah. So you flip it open, and there's no name written in or anything, but the first entry is just, so it looks like we crossed the wrong god and now we're stuck in some kind of magical labyrinth. I'm going to try and discern everything I can about it, but it seems like anytime you open and close a door, it changes the room's ordering. So if possible, try and keep doors open with a path back here. I'm going to make this base camp, bring any useful things I find back here. We'll see how this goes. Judging time is very difficult here, but I'll do my best. And the next entry is, it's really hard to tell time in here. I think it's been 5 days. I'm not entirely sure. Despite being starving, I'm somehow not running out of energy or actually withering physically, so something about this place's curse seems to maintain me. I will look into this further, because if I ever am able to get out, that could be a very useful spell. Flip forward a bit. The handwriting is a little more shaky, there are hostile things in this world. There are hostile things. If you see them, get out, close door, reshuffle room. Go forward a bit more. This one seems like the handwriting is much more deliberate, like they were sitting down to very intentionally do a thing. I say, again, it's hard to tell time in a place with no sun or no watch. I think it's been maybe 3 months. I think I've started to at least detect some kind of pattern to the room changes, but I'm not entirely sure. Also, knowing her, she could just change the ordering randomly, and then all of my research is for naught. I have found a small little companion, and seems quite friendly. Took a while to gain its trust, but so far it's followed me back and is currently napping by the fire.
Oh, hey, this
We'll
book talks
update
about
as-
you. I say over to the dragon.
We'll update as training and trust is gained. And then next entry is, I think it's been 2 weeks since last entry. One time I saw a third door and I regret not taking it. It looked different than the rest, which made me suspicious, but now the nagging curiosity is there. Was it the way out? Was it something even worse than what's here? Who's to say? Then the next entry is, I found a room that might be the way out. I have the doors propped open. Hopefully this is my last entry. Wish me luck. And then you open it, and then written in red, it just says, Dear God, please kill me.
Oh, good. Snapping the book shut. I'm like, oh, wonderful.
Can you give a perception check there?
8. I'm feckin'
Okay.
rolling for shite tonight.
Okay. So you snap the book closed. Just put that down.
Okay, I'm gonna have a look at the two little vials, see if I can understand anything about them.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. I guess it'd be an Arcana check.
Nat 20. Yes.
Ooh, nice. So these are potions of greater healing.
Ooh.
So it's one step up from the potions you even had.
And there's how many of them? 2?
2.
I feel like we should leave one just in case. Is that weird? I'm definitely taking one of them.
Is the handwriting familiar? It seems like it's the same as the other, but instead of written with like a quill, it was like drawn with a finger.
Oh. Yeah, I'm taking one of the greater healing potions. So
Okay.
I'll add that.
Just one?
Yeah.
All right.
Because it seems like we can use this place as a base of operations, same as the person before. And Wraith says, do you remember how the flood started? Feels like the baby dragon here isn't a coincidence. Shit! The baby dragon's not dead, it's here! The realization washes over Emberlyn Burns like a blanket. Looks at the baby dragon and goes, hang on, do we know the names of the dragons originally?
You know the name of the 2 that are still alive?
And they are the parents, because it was the kids that were killed, or supposedly.
It was the child that was killed.
What were the 2 dragon names? Because we'll ask it. If it's trapped in this suspended animation.
Dashmala and Nukri.
Little one, are your parents Dashmala and Makri?
It just looks at you confused.
I guess they have different human names. Or people names, I should say. Bacon's like, apparently I'll be worried about the need for greater healing potions around. Oh, there is something nasty in this place. Oh, by the old gods and the new. By the Queen of Embers, we should say. Okay. Yeah.
So cursorily look around the desk. You find a small box that has 5 more pieces of chalk in it.
Okay. Pocket all of those.
Yep. There's a bunch of scrap paper and an extra like inkwell.
I mean, actually, we've already got our inkwell from earlier, so we're good.
Okay. There's a tiny bit of twine and a bit of wire. Like, not a lot, just a tiny bit of wire.
Okay. Definitely taking the tiny wire.
There is a lump of coal and a single green gemstone.
Ooh. Okay, I'm going to try just to an Arcana check on the green gemstone, if that's okay.
Yep, go for it. Nat 20. All right. So given what else you're finding on this desk, this is probably like leftovers from the wizard's like component couch.
Yeah.
Like, so it was a gem they were saving to like cast a spell because certain spells require you to like use up a gemstone worth X amount to cast the spell.
Yeah.
Wire, same thing. The rope, there's a bit of string, like, and the coal. This is all just like didn't need all of it to keep on them constantly, but this is just remnants of a component pouch.
Okay. So stashable reagents for, I guess, potion crafting or something of that equivalent.
Well, you know, like wizards actually require like material components for some of their spells.
Oh yes.
With a 20, you get that. So.
Yeah, I do. Now I can't wait to roll terribly when it really, really counts.
Yeah.
Okay. And it's probably safe to say that the tomes of varying research could, I mean, if we wanted to spend an eternity learning, probably bloody could, but.
Yep.
Oh. Okay, so first things first, I need something that's going to work as a door jam. So we do still have. I mean, the daggers are cute, but I believe the daggers were something special, weren't they? Was it the daggers had something engraved on them, or am I thinking something else?
Yeah, they did. It was. Let me double check if I get this right.
Good faith and deal breaker. Thank you, Dorcas.
I knew it was something like that. I just wanted to make sure I got it right.
All right, so I'm definitely going to use deal breaker to help door jam these open as we go explore. Yeah. And Ultrazini, I'm with you. I think the baby dragon needs to come with. I'm gonna head over to the dragon and just. I don't know if you can understand me, little one. Do you know how long you've been here? Do you know why you got trapped here? Are you trapped? Are you happy to be here?
It's kind of like wash of like. It seems like it does have some ability to like convey emotion, but not like words.
Okay.
So it's just kind of like, here.
Well, I have no idea how I'm going to do it, but I have to get out of here. If you'd like to come with, you're welcome. According to the little book, it says there may be some dangerous things in this dungeon, so I can understand your trepidation. But I have to get out. There are people outside this place counting on me. One of them being a god.
It kind of takes a small step towards you, just like, maybe.
Okay. So, according to our wizard's book, we can wedge these doors open. So long as the door remains open, it won't change. So we can explore one room, come back here. Explore one room, come back here. This is going to be our little home. Well, I guess it is already your home. It's going to, if you'll have me, it'll be my home as well for a bit. I think that's our best plan. And friendos, I mean, we have things like... Oh no, the rope's back on the feckin' boat. Pissballs. We do have the cool demon whip, but I don't think that's going to be a whole-ass room length. So it's not like we can create a rope to chain places together. Okay. Feckin' yo. Feckin' yo. We've also got to keep our wits about us. Like, this is the construction of a trickster god. If we're going to break out of this place, it's not going to be by walking from room to room. It's going to be cracking whatever the puzzle that holds this place together is. And yeah, Orchazini, we could use the books. I trust the knife wedge. Alright, friends, without further ado, shall we try the first duel? Okay. So, I'm going to take Deal Breaker out and get ready to jam it under the door if it's safe. So I look at the little dragon and go, alright, first room? Big shrug?
She kind of gives you this, like...
Alright, let's have a look. Grasp the door handle. Turn and open.
Alright, so you open the door, and it's a, like, 10 or 15 by 10 or 15, like, square room.
Okay.
Kind of uncannily lit, like there's no torches, but it's still lit somehow. In the middle, there's a small table with what appears to be a cookie jar on it.
I look at the dragon, I'm like, trap. Trap. I cast Eldritch Blast on the cookie jar.
Alright, you catch Eldritch Blast in the cookie jar, and the cookie jar shatters, and the cookie bits and crumbles go everywhere.
I close the door. That was obviously an evil cookie jar, and I probably just saved us. But let's never, ever, ever speak of that again. Okay, and we open the door again. What have we got?
Similarly sized room, but in the middle of it, she's sitting in a nest, turns and looks at you. It's a goose.
What do we do? What do we do? I don't know. What do we do? Do we attempt to talk to the goose? Look into these eyes. Look into these eyes. What do we do? Friends, what do we do? Kisa's like, we are dead. I mean, we might be able to slam the door shut before the goose gets to us. But what if this is the infamous interdimensional goose? What if this is just its little home? It is a quiet day in the Hell Labyrinth, and you are a horrible goose. Dorcas, that is a very optimistic outcome for fighting a goose. Okay. Emblem Burns swallows down the sheer terror and panic of seeing a goose in a labyrinth and goes, "Hello? We're very stuck here." Oh, friends, I don't speak goose. Is that a good honk or a bad honk? Adopt the goose. We're leaving here with a hell menagerie. That did sound like a neutral honk. Okay. Oh, goose of the labyrinth! Will you help a weary traveller who's been stuck in here by a jerk? Oh, and there's that Coilbot again. Thank you for the 100. Goose, will you help a traveller who's been stuck here? Against their will. Okay, what does a goose want? What can we offer a goose? Oh, God, sorry. Yeah, Emberlin just bursting out the labyrinth with various weird animals. We're shot with a menagerie. Ah, we don't have a bell. Alright, let's have a look at our inventory. What can we offer a goose? I mean, we could offer them the shiny green gem. That seems like a thing a goose might like. It's shiny. It's valuable. Yeah, okay, Lyris, you make a great point. Be like, I intend to escape this maze, this dimension. If you'd be willing to help us, as I'm sure we could use your assistance, we'd be able to help free you too from this labyrinthian nightmare. So that it might enact your goose-like will. Friends, I do not know what the goose is saying. His accent is too thick. Look, Dorcas, if you're gonna swing at the king, you don't miss. If we Eldritch Blast this goose and it doesn't die, we're in hell. Okay, I try, in response, I try a quizzical honk! In response. Honk! Honk? Honk? I turn and look at the dragon. How am I doing?
It's just giving you the... Wait. Look.
Dorcas is asking if there are any more doors in this room. The room we're looking in.
So there's one you're looking through, and there's one on the opposite side of the goose.
Goose door, goose door, goose door! Friends, I don't know what to do. Yeah, if we end up insulting it, we're going to be doomed. And Wraith, you're not wrong. We are definitely the least intelligent creature in this conversation. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do! Dorcas is saying, keep opening and closing doors until you find the room with the special door. Let the goose go about its goosey business. Okay. I also hope to never say aloud the words goosey business after this. Yeah, Bacon Avenger. I mean, joking aside, how do we know it's a goose and not something assuming the form of a goose? Yeah, Lizzie, let's offer it the gem. Okay. And I take out the green gem and hold it. Oh, mighty goose! Is this gem something you care for?
Just kind of cocks its head at you.
And still holding onto the door. I haven't even wedged it forward. I offer it through the door.
So you, your hand on the door, you take a single step into the room to, offer towards, and the goose immediately stands up and spreads its wings and starts flapping at you.
Ah! We're sorry! We're sorry! I step out the goose's room. I'm still holding the door. I haven't closed it. I'm sorry, goose. Okay. I'm sorry.
It settles down a bit, but it's still standing there eyeing you.
Ah! Fred asking the important questions of what if it's a goose that's shape-changed into a dragon that's pretending to be a goose? Kisa says, leave the goose door open and open the other door. Lyris says, just close the door. But the goose could become a powerful ally, dear Lyris. We're not going to shoot the goose. If you take a shot at the king, you best not miss. If we miss, we have an enraged goose on our hands. And, like, considering the other things we have found so far in this labyrinth, I do not think this goose is an innocuous. Okay. So, dragon, keep an eye on this room. And I jab Dealbreaker into the under the door handle under the door to work as a wedge to keep it from closing.
Okay.
Okay. You just, if it starts moving at us, you make a noise. We'll be okay. And I'm going to go try the other door.
Okay. So you open the other door and kind of peek your head in, and it's some kind of like gladiatorial arena.
Oh, hell no. Okay, close that door.
Okay.
Yeah, that does sound like a big old bag of dough. So, okay, I know it's only been 5 hours for us, which is a short memno. But would it be okay if we brought our adventures to a close? As I feel that I'm the weak link here, friends. And I've been discombobulated by a goose.
I was trying to find a good point to wrap it there, so if we're trying to do it here, that's fine.
So we have Goose Room open, home base with Dragon. And we should be able to. We should be able to sneak in more Memnol. If not next weekend, then definitely the 18th. If that is... You don't have to answer right now, but that would be the next free Saturday. Because the 11th is the Worms Armageddon tournament, which you, of course, cordially invited to.
I think I do actually own that, so maybe.
Oh. Yeah, I just...
Oh. So, we can call it there. But we do now need to do the end of session notes.
Yes! And
so,
considering the internet was being an arse jerk earlier, I feel this has been a real good session.
Yeah. All right. End of session. At the end of each session, answer these questions and make 3 guesses at Twitter stats that are based on your answers, and guesses the DM will award XP. The world. Did we learn something new or important about the world or setting?
Yeah, we did. We've been fucking lied to! We learned there's a war between the gods.
Did we overcome a notable obstacle?
Defeat a noble enemy, navigate a tricky social situation, or solve a puzzle. I think that's for the crew to decide, because we did manage to wake one of the elder gods. Okay, more importantly, we defeated a child at a super racing game inside a museum. Yeah, Trickster God played us like a feckin' fiddle. We found and woke an old god.
Alright, I'll give you that one. Did you gain anything?
A new ally, magical item, notable wealth, or means to achieve a goal. I don't know if we did. There's a possibility that we've learned how to do and fly, but I'm not sure. Yeah, Fred, I'm as surprised as you are that the Trickster God done tricked us.
Alright, I'm going to say no on that one. Character, did we follow your personality trait?
Let's bring those up. Okay, so, personality trait. So, first up, kind to the kind. We did give a platinum to an old lady that got us high off our balls on tea. They were kind to us, and we were kind in return.
I'll give you that one. All right. Did you adhere to your ideals?
Loyalty to the Queen of Embers. I want to say yes, but I also don't know if we... I don't think our loyalty was challenged, you know what I mean? There was...
I mean, you did follow her missive and throw yourself off a cliff.
Yep.
So I'll give you that one.
Fecking we.
Did you fulfill your bonds?
Smiles blazing. I think that
You
one we
definitely
did.
that one. Did you act on your flaws?
We were vengeful, but we didn't use pyromancy. We swung with an axe. So I don't think we can claim that one.
Yeah, I don't think so.
We didn't use fire for vengeance.
Did you achieve a goal? I don't know if you actually have any goals.
No, those are the those on the to-do. So we woke an old god, but I feel like we already claimed that on one of our other successes.
Alright. So then stat guesses. You get 3 guesses.
Alrighty.
Traditionally, Chet does 2, Will does 1. But do whatever you want.
Oh. And whilst people are cooking up their guesses, I am feckin' intrigued by this labyrinth. And if I wasn't flagging so hard, this would probably be one of those Memnol sessions where we blink and it's like 9 o'clock at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
So, stat guesses.
Also, next time you'll say bottle episode, I don't mean get crammed in a bottle episode. You must have seen that and just have been cackling. Like, ha 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 ha. I have no idea how bottled this episode's gonna get.
I mean, 9% of the things you do, I see and cackle, so.
I'm still glad we took a swing at the Trickster God. I didn't think it was gonna work, but... Okay, so we have proficiencies left.
I think basically at this point it's just proficiencies.
Oh. I'm trying to find... Oh. Kisa's guessing that we are not proficient in Arcane. Sorry, in Arcana. Definitely not medicine. Definitely not athletics. Wow, if you don't want to call me out any harder.
I mean, guessing that you're not proficient thing is a guess, so, like, feel free.
Okay. Although, Dorcha says we already guessed Arcana. Okay, so we know Arcana, Persuasion, and Animal Handling. You know
So
what?
acrobatic, athletics, deception, history, insight, intimidation, investigation, medicine, nature, perception, performance, persuasion, religion, sleight of hand, stealth, and survival.
You know what? I'm going to go with Lyris's guess of we are not proficient at athletics.
You are actually proficient at athletics.
Fuck!
So mark that down, but you don't get XP for the guess.
Okay, so I just tick the little box next to it, right?
Mhm.
Feckin' yo. Yeah, Kisa, imagine my surprise!
You're proficient at it. You just keep rolling like hot trash. Okay, we got 2 more guesses, and as I am definitely hot garbage warmed up, I am happy to give over my guess. See, religion's one of those that we could be, but I mean, are you? We don't know about religion. We know our God, but that's like, you know, believing in pubs and knowing the landlord is 2 different things. Though I am going to go with Dorcas's guess, because I think a couple of people said it. We are not proficient in medicine. You are not proficient in medicine.
Yes!
So, you're up to 6.
Dorcas with the cha-ching! Okay, we got 1 more. I mean, my first guess is survival? Abso-fucking-lutely not. God, it's me visibly sweating in front of the lights today. I am just a class fucking act. Wraith says that they'd say yes on survival, except we clearly died at some point. And Dodger makes a good point. How can we be proficient in history? We have no history. Yeah, although, as it's now been made evident to us, we died. We died doing something. So, I got to admit, I'm very curious as to our backstory now. Memnol episode 11, Taming of the Goose. Okay, what about nature? I don't... Oh, did we already guess that one?
I don't think so. I think you were just going down in order.
Okay, because I do not think that we're proficient in nature. It just doesn't seem our... It doesn't seem our shtick. We have not guessed nature. You want to roll the dice on nature? Yeah, and Aladon was a half-elf, but, I mean, feck. Welcome to Memnal. All bets are off. We could have been... God, it's just... It's one of those things that it's so obvious now. How come the gods couldn't talk to anyone except us? Like... Here we've been thinking, well, here I've been thinking Emberlyn Burns is this, like, special little nugget of godliness. Alright, you know what? Lost Flowers is suggesting it. Do you think that we are proficient in religion or not? Because I think that we're not proficient in, or do you think... Because basically, if we guess correct, we get points. If we don't guess correct, we do get to know. Like, Emberlyn's really starting to understand themselves. Lyra says, what skill will help us out in prison? Feck, probably like investigation or perception or something like that. I mean, friends, Baron does add, if we're proficient in something and we don't know, Baron quietly adds that on to the background.
You did roll a ton of investigations this time.
Yeah. So perhaps we should. It'd be better to know if we are or aren't in investigation. Okay, Kisa and Wraith think that we are proficient in investigation, and that's enough vote for me. Sorry, Lost Flowers. We'll come back to yours for next time, but we're not going to need religion in this spot. So yeah, by the power of Kisa and Wraith, I guess that we are proficient in investigation.
You are.
Yay! Hey, 2 out of 3 is not bad.
So I will round up your experience, which is... Yep.
Woohoo!
You're now at 9250 experience.
God, we can't be far off a level.
I think 10 is a level, but I could be wrong about that.
Okie dokie.
So yeah.
So,
congratulations. You're now trapped in a labyrinth.
we're now trapped in a labyrinth with a tiny pet dragon for a friend. Well, it's not a pet dragon, sorry, with a dragon that we are attempting to make friends with. That should be very clear. Okie dokie. So let me bring this back onto studio. So Baron, with all the trials and tribulations of today, I want to say thank you so much for bearing with and for running another cracking session, dude. Like, I know I wasn't batting for 100, but I had a fucking great time today. So seriously, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you to the Neighborhood Lucifer for the off-screen assistance and for imbuing the DM with the required beverages, and for the podcast cuts of this. So if you want to catch up on old episodes, sans the Fafamancy, you can absolutely do that. Let me pop that in over here. Yeah, I mean, Wraith, maybe we're going to heal the world with Dragon Friend. Oh, I put Memnull instead of Memnull. That's a very different show. Yeah. Thank you, Lizzie! Oh.
I think Memnull is just thirsty sword lesbians.
Yes. Now, there's a bottle episode. Oh, okay. So, I'm going to bring our adventures to a close for this evening. All of you, I hope you've had a good time with the continued adventures of everyone's favourite pyromancing tiefling. And I will blep at Baron as to when we put the next one on. We've been using the Discord events to mark... No, we didn't. Oh, I didn't use the Discord events for this one, but I will use it for next episode. Because I do want to make sure that nobody's missing out. Right. So, friends, have an incredible rest of your weekend. I'll be on Discord, blepping left, right, and centre. Though probably not tonight, as I have had a look in my calendar, and I need to feel very sorry for myself for at least a few hours.
Fair enough.
Yeah, Wraith, you're right. I've only used it for the worm system. But yeah, to all of you, thank you so much for a cracking session. And I'll see you on Tuesday for weird twee English detective game. Oh. All right, friendos. Have a lovely rest of your night.